Alright, so.
Oh yeah. Did we ever get how much gold we got from all of this?
I don't think you actually went and sold all of it, did you?
We arranged for Halipar.
Right, I am sorry. I forgot.
We kept some of it, like some of the materials. But we got rid of most of it, so we didn't just have a rotting green dragon carcass.
Fair. I apologize. I forgot about that. I will.
I did too until I found it in my notebook.
I think me and Kieran froze some of the meat for bait.
Yeah, y'all kept some of the meat. We kept some of the teeth, some of the claws, a little bit of the sinew.
Alright.
And some of the bone.
Yeah, like we kept some of it for materials.
You need a bow.
So, hello everyone on TikTok. Unfortunately, there was some technical issues. The camera that I use for the computer I use for streaming, apparently one of the interconnectors for the power supply just simply came undone. So it's fine. My buddy put it back together. Unfortunately, I found that out by the time I was already in Macomb, so I could not go get it. So we are just streaming tonight on TikTok. Though after this, I will have the video posted to YouTube, so our dear friend Chaos Media can go ahead and rip the audio for our podcast. Speaking of audio, the dulcet tones and musical effects that we have here on Southern GM are courtesy of the Pocket Bard. This amazing, app that has various, like right now, the Ancient Grove Explorer. Each of the areas have an Explorer, a Combat, and then a Victory noise that's good for just ambiance. You can go in and add like the sounds of water and rain and wolves, all kinds of things. So thank you to the guys over at Pocket Bard. They have a Discord. I recommend you go join. It's a great place. So yeah, Pocket Bard, love your app, love your product. Thank you guys so much. I mean, no. But speaking about like other unofficial sponsors, we always, I apologize, folks. I had a massive shock before the stream started. I forgot to turn the soundbar on. It wasn't fun. So before, as always, we are coming to you live from the Hive here in Macomb, Mississippi. The amazing game store here. They do Digimon, Magic the Gathering, D&D. Vanguard, Yu-Gi-Oh! They're getting into Pokemon. There's all kinds of things happening here. The amazing rental role-play room you see around us. All the beautiful miniatures and such, which can be used with caution within this room. If you don't want to rent this place, there's plenty of table space. Come play your friendly games here. Check out thehiveinmacomb.com. And there are some great different, what's the word I'm looking for? These things. Merchandise. That's it. Some amazing merchandise, including some merch from yours truly, the Southern GM. I'm also now, this morning, I had an idea in beginning in talks to do Natural One body pillows. So,
Look, only one person sleeps with me right now.
What? Shelby didn't like you anymore?
Nope.
So, thank you to the people here at the Hive, James, Biscuit, all the amazing people at the Hive and Hive Media. We love you guys so very, very much. Also, a good friend of mine on TikTok, Lone Star Custom Dice. I've looked at their textbooks are amazing. I've been looking at some of their products. I may have to just make a big order because your dice are gorgeous. Really, really cool dice sets. So yeah. Also, Lone Star Gaming also is the same individual, Chaos Media, who does our podcast for us. So look forward to that. The latest episode of the podcast, I believe we are discussing home brewing. That should be up this week. With the amazing Night Rain. I know I love saying the word, that's amazing. It's amazing. The awesome person, the Night Rain, is joining us on the podcast. A good friend of mine, as well as most people at the table. A wonderful cosplayer, a dungeon master, just a great person to know. I'm glad to have her on the podcast as well. You guys have any announcements? Have I missed anything? I have. Jeff. Tomorrow night, Jeff Beck, folks. We playing going through his universe canonical, I guess.
I'm gonna do my own
They call it story play.
Hint and story play of the Mass Effect trilogy. Currently, just started Mass Effect 2. Literally just got off the operation table. So
spoilers. That game's been out for almost 15 years.
15-year spoiler, oh no!
To be fair, the Legendary Edition just came out much more recently, and there's a lot of first-time players.
That's fair.
Not
That's
2
fair.
years ago. Not 2 years.
Yeah, but now it's super cheap.
So yeah, look forward to. I'll be honest, Jeff. During the normal work week, as I work, I have to get up early. You are the white noise that I go to sleep to. But now that I'm off,
According to my DNA test, I'm very white noise.
Part of inspiration.
What was that, 6 now?
I'm up to 6.
Wait, no, Captain 5.
Up to 5.
6 win.
So yeah, folks, go head over. Around what time do you think you can get that started?
I usually get started around 8, and if I'm feeling up to it, I usually run till about 3 o'clock in the morning.
All right, so 8 p.m. Central Standard Time to about 3 a.m. again Central Standard Time. I'll probably be up doing a bunch of stuff, and I'll listen to the entire thing this time. So yeah,
Jeff Beck 1108, I believe, is the
Jeff
YouTube
Beck
channel.
1108
I'll have to
YouTube.
look at it. I haven't actually looked at the name of my channel.
Stagande. Yes, that's something else.
Stagande.
Sorry, I'm folks. Yeah,
Yeah,
I scared myself. I'm trying to calm down now. So yeah.
Breathe. We don't need a dead Moffat.
The amazing people over at Stagande Scars of Midgard, run by the live stream on Twitch of the same name, run by Brody, aka Elder Fenris. A great and just an awesome story. They bought a house today, and that was one of the most interesting things. Watching Rack basically carpentry the house. I loved it. It was great. So yeah, they're the amazing people there. Their sagas begin at around 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. Usually run to about 4:30, 5 o'clock local time. So with that, I believe all of the announcements are taken care of. We now will adjust for a more appropriate ambiance. Turns up a little bit. Before we jump into, also, if any questions on YouTube, any questions on TikTok, wait till about 8 o'clock. We'll take our break. Love to answer questions. And because it's only going to be on one platform tonight, we can all focus on it.
True.
So, with that, we'll go a quick round of introductions before we jump into tonight's story with a quick recap. Every time I see this, it makes me laugh. Tabaxis, cats. Speaking of, this slide will start tonight.
Oh, I thought we were doing a recap. I'm Beck, always confused, and I'm playing Fenriel Netherin, the half-elf ranger.
I'm Jeff, just as much confused. Playing Grim Grizzlebrand, the half-old barbarian.
Ricky, I'm playing Finnegan Tenderfoot, the halfling wizard rogue.
I'm Ben. I'm playing Ricardo Karajan, the Gem Dragonborn Divine Soul Sorcerer.
I'm Michael. I'm part of the Confusion, playing Nathaniel Lasan, the Human Warlock Rogue.
I'm Derek. I'm trying to control the confusion. I'm playing Sondra Nalo, our Drow Cleric Rogue.
And I am Kenneth, aka the Southern GM. I am the Dungeon Master, and I'm wondering where the hell's all this confusion coming from?
That's part of the problem.
So,
I am part of the Confusion.
Well, the GM doesn't know where the confusion is from. Oh no.
So, the last time we came together, the Natural Ones have found themselves within the Dragonborn. They have found themselves in the Dragonborn homeland of Kralat, specifically now in Fort Korfst, named for Korfst Kralat, the ancient hero that overthrew the Chromatic Emperors during the Drakon Empire. The party had located his literal tomb beneath at his shrine, discovering by your Emerald Dragonborn the Arkan Scale, the literal heart of the forgotten dragon god known as Sadior. A lot of things happened. Our dear Finnegan found an ancient rhyme or poem or some sort of prose that led him to believe that a great thing could happen should it be met, should the qualifications in this rhyme be met, so to speak. Our dear half-elf Fenriel left to go scout and secure a grove of trees that had been planted centuries ago in honor of friendship between the elves of Ilthalos and the Dragonborn, the time under the rule of the first Primarch Corps. You arose there with members with a Dragonborn scouting party, mainly a young Emerald Dragonborn named Varissa Ventrix, who is the illegitimate daughter of the former Primarch, whose current whereabouts and condition are unknown to the group. While there, you saw a strange little spliced creature, appeared to be spying on all of you. You were able to take care of it, but currently unknowing what was seen or what it gleaned. You carry with you an acorn in which is the form and power of Aldebark, the elder ent that was sent to help you. The big reveal, though, was who was the one that did the sending? Was it you who cast the sending spell?
Mm-hmm. No, I did scrying.
You
Oh,
did
you
scrying.
did scrying.
It wasn't
Okay,
the
you
sending
did
spell, it was the
yeah.
stone
The
we
stone,
had
the
left over.
sending
Yeah.
stone, yes, the stone.
The cap.
To which you send a message to the captain of the ship, formerly known as the Wyvern's Rest. Captain, it starts with an E. Give me a second. I'll get it. I'll
Change
get
the name again.
L. No, thank you. Ella, thank you. No, it's the big. You were told that everything was okay. The big surprise, though, was that you were told Sam is a genius and a skyship is on its way,
Nobody
which
saw Sam being a genius.
which made you first question because all of the weird stones have stopped working, and as far as you know, that is the only way that the skyships can fly. Yes, you have reinforcements inbound.
Mm-hmm. It's me who learned the other part of how.
That's fair. As you stride on the skyship and saw being powered not by magic or weirstone, but is that what you saw? How they
No, I scried the kids and
right the scene
and they
the scene
talked
for
about
for Snow's Crest. That's right, because at this point you had reached at this evening was the eve before the Snow's Crest festival, where you heard them talking about how she had basically made the giant balloon, the various conversations which ended in a toast to the natural ones, though they could not be there among the table with their loved ones. If the loved ones sent their feelings and their emotion to them as a way to bolster them. I forgot anything.
Topaz Dragon.
You had it. That's right. You finally had contact with a Dragonborn who was under the control of a Topaz Dragon. One that told you, that if you were worthy enough, when you come to the ancient city, that the path to them lay there, and should you uncover the path, that they will entreat with you, they will talk to you. I never actually had you make the roll to see what you knew about Topaz Dragons, did I?
I don't think so.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and make that roll.
There was also the Vecna thing, wasn't it? Or was that week before?
No, I was about to. When you using the power of Alor's key, you saw in the past of the meeting with Vecna, this ancient mage and leader of the Ansevan Empire, speaking to his friend and former teacher, Alor, the elf whose scepter, whose key you now hold. And through that, you gleaned that he himself had a stone of some kind, that he was attempting to copy what his master had done. Utterly failing, this is what you were led to believe brought about the fall of the Ansevan Empire. And it's what led Alor to change or to adjust his own experiment. And also the big reveal that, again, I will take part in I will be narcissistic for a moment and say that the look on all your faces when you realize that Valrog mining has had more to do with this story than just a throwaway side quest.
It's a lot of throwaways as many times as we've run into them.
So do we need to roll now? or-
Yeah, go ahead and make the roll for Topaz Dragons.
Is this
I'll give you advantage.
advantage, proficiency, anything like that? Or?
We'll call this. I want you to add your own. It's will be an intelligence roll, but adding proficiency and advantage. So we jump right into the action, so to speak.
12, intelligence is nothing, so
17?
17.
Okay. Is that a 17?
17.
17.
Respectable. Respectable.
Okay.
I'm not being sarcastic.
I ain't got a
I'm
20 in
sarcastic
anything.
with my own rules.
I ain't got a 20 in anything.
While they are gem dragons, Topaz dragons are the closest thing that you could come to the same attitude of a chromatic. They hate. They're not very social creatures. They prefer solidarity, very secluded points. But they're not above reaching out to manipulate those to help garner their own goals. Normally, their goals do not end in. Their goals are not often like world-ending cataclysms, or they essentially just want power and knowledge, not for the use of it, just the ascension of it. On a 17, Topaz dragons deal with necrotic energies. You would know that they prefer to make their lairs very dry places. They hate moisture, preferring sandy pits, open, vast deserts, or those that have been found in the more mountainous regions, deep within caves, far away from any massive underground water source. They do not like. They're very self-conscious of moisture and mold and that kind of stuff.
Hydrophobic.
Hydrophobic, that's the best way to say it, yeah. Though you know that there is an ancient Topaz dragon, because any time in the past where an ancient dragon fell or died of old age, there is a feeling among the Dragonborn especially that you know what happens. The last ones who died were the ones who died during the fall of the Drakon Empire. Be gone, Clyde. Since that, no ancient dragons have died in the past 1,000 years, mainly because those who did die are now the ancients. Like they have been replaced. Now I want you to make me another roll to see if you have heard of any word of this specific ancient dragon. This is going to be an insight check, a wisdom check.
Attuned to the politician's friends.
Yeah.
So 16 plus nothing. Yeah. 17.
17. On a 7, again, 17, okay. It is, go ahead, I'll wait, I'll prepare for it. It's been a while. But
Since I could.
you remember the last time, years ago when you were in the city of Zaronash, that your father had a meeting with several individuals that spoke about a topaz dragon that had been seen. It had made itself known, its presence known. You didn't say where, but you did get a title that it was known by. It was the title that it gave itself was "She Who Remains."
Just a general question.
Yeah.
We know the name of the ancient gold dragon.
Yes.
Was it just knowledge to get later on?
Or Orthonax.
Right. Does Rikara know any names of any of the other ancients, if they're still around, and things like that? I don't have to know right this instant, but for later on to give to the group.
Actually, there were a couple the gem specifically, metallics are kind of more secluded. The belief that, so put it this way, wherever an ancient metallic is seen, an ancient chromatic is not far behind. because metallics tend to prefer to view themselves more as the guardian of what they call the, not being derogatory, but lesser races, they tend to keep close to themselves. They don't call the wrath of an ancient chromatic down. If a ancient metallic lets itself be known to somebody, that means that they ultimately trust them without any degree and believe that these people are worthy of their trust. As for the gem dragons, I'll say yes. I'll get those names to you later. Only 2 currently reside on Kralad, aside from that you know of. Those being the, oddly enough, those being the Emerald and the Crystal Dragon. The Crystal Dragon is up in that northern area within the wintry forest fort. The Emerald Dragon was last seen in the Roaring Vale. So, that's the information you have about the topaz. When we last left off, were you were still out at the Union Grove, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Where was everyone else? Remind me, please.
The 3 of us had just basically met in front of the library, which led to a little fireside thing.
Yeah.
I think Pseudo Grim was there too. Kind of GM Grim.
GM Grim was there.
Yeah.
GM me? Was
Grim?
I there?
Actually, Grim, that's because I know what you have. You were continuing to kind of walk around this place, feeling with Fenriel gone, kind of feeling out of your element.
Clearly.
These are Dragonborn. While there is no outright animosity, there is still that sort of cultural offset of mistrust. Even like it's more prevalent again because of how things are more prevalent in the older generations of Dragonborn. The younger ones are just kind of like, well, he's an orc, okay.
He's orc. He's not attacking. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
As you kind of walked, you went to where your kinsmen, your countrymen, were being kept. You did notice that there were a few half-orcs, though most of these are the full-blooded orcs. There are, that a lot of the war chiefs know that in this day and age, it is impossible to field a war clan with just pure orcs. First of all, they're not as bright as their half-blood kin, because the orcs by nature prefer to rage and ask questions later. Now, you know of one specific war clan that refuses to take half-blood kin. That is the scale-blooded.
Of course they are. They're orc Nazis. They're orc Nazis.
Oh gosh, just got a new image in my head of Hornbreaker.
He does not have a mustache.
Thank you.
Which means that the Urgod Bloodaxe, the young orc that you fought in the arena of blood, was a full-blood orc, and that the one that you saw that bore his family crest here, the appeared to be maybe a brother or cousin, was also full-blooded orc. Roll me an insight check, Mr. Grimm.
Insight. Yay, I am
Decent.
average at insight. As in I have 0.
Average is good.
Well, first roll of the night, it's a nat 20.
Average is good.
Well, look at it.
You were due.
I have much insight into these people.
You didn't roll a single one last week, that's why.
Can confirm, you did not roll a single nat 20 last week.
That's true. Yeah.
Were you here the week before that?
You alright?
No, we were all out.
We were all out.
Then
You're welcome.
for Mother's Day.
So, on a natural 20, we're not going to step outside. I will lay this out for the entire. As you are walking in among the prisoner camp, these orcs are not being mistreated in any capacity. There is food being served. Clean latrines have been dug. The Dragonborn are treating the orc to a degree that you know for a fact would not be reciprocated by these same. But it's not the Dragonborn that catch your interest. It's your fellow kinsmen, your fellow orcs. As you hear them mentioning this is not what the warlord said that these scaleheads would treat us like. Yeah, they said they would fry us and cook us. We're here being treated very like somebody. Perhaps the warlord is the warlord incorrect? There's a sense that these orcs were expecting to die in combat. So that they never really expected, hey, we would be treated with any sort of civility. And the fact that these Dragonborn are not treated with civility, like they're not treating wounds, they're resetting bones, they're feeding, clothing those, and even the ones who are too damaged to fend for themselves and eat for themselves, there are clerics and healers who are helping them. Whereas in orc society, if you can't work or fight, you're killed. So the fact that these Dragonborn are going against the very tenets that these orcs believed them to have, there's a bit of murmuring starting to happen among these orcs. And you, on a natural 20, you can clearly see that, yeah, even though all of these look like full-blooded orcs, there's a pair of ears, a little bit too pointed. There's an orc with maybe a beginning of a scraggly beard, more dwarf-like. There are some that have more of the narrow, human-like forehead. While these may not be true half-orcs, somewhere in their lineage, there is non-orc blood. And that's what you kind of glean as you pass by, and
Hope for the future after all.
So, with that, as you have continued your pass through Fort Korfst, we gather once more in front of the Great Spire. Because you would come up out of the library. No, he is. You come out of the library, Finnegan. After meeting with, get their name here, the elderly silver dragonborn Yakal, the head archivist. After gifting you with a very strange tome, a book that appears to be made out of dragonborn skin, a tome of the cult of Shadow and Bone.
Shadow and Scale?
Shadow and Scale, thank you, Shadow and Scale. This is the cult of Shadow and Scale. Told to basically, it's more dangerous that the knowledge of you having this book than the book itself, and that book is very dangerous. So, the fact that they trusted you with this, clearly saying something. So, with that, as you ascended into out of the library, the main spire, meeting with Rakara, Sorndrin, and Grim now. As Montel, where were you at? Remind me, please.
I had just finished talking to the Fort Commander.
Fort Commander.
Because I was asking about if there was any way for long range message of any kind.
That's right. She had sent a communication out to Perth for you about you wanted to speak to your brother.
Mm-hmm. And they had no way to do it here. So.
Okay. As I know what's coming in this direction, we're going to take a moment because this is going to be a big deal here. Because you spoke to me about something before the game. Go ahead and if you want to go, we can do your thing first.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to pretty much just probably in where their warehouses is right now. I'm gonna go there, trying to get away from everyone.
Okay, you can go to the where the supply shacks are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to try to scry my brother.
All right. So before you roll for the scry, roll me a luck roll.
17.
17. Okay.
Stop ruining the surprise.
How do you scry your brother?
Well, I'm using my blade as the mirror.
Okay.
And So this is a question for you because of time.
Okay.
Are we going to go with familiar or first-hand?
I will give you first-hand. You grew up with your brother. That's first-hand knowledge.
Yeah, well, and that's the reason I asked.
Yeah.
And then, are we going to do the same connection save modifier for how he did for his father? Because me and my brother share blood.
Yeah, we'll do the same one.
Okay, so his save is at minus.
I would
10.
have messed up so bad if I went. I don't share blood. No, yeah, you're good.
I would have been mad. We would have had problems.
All right, so make your roll.
I don't
He
make.
makes a roll.
He makes a roll.
It's a
Oh,
save.
it is a save.
It's a save. It's a
Think
save
about
of
that,
minus
yeah.
10.
Minus 10.
Mhm.
You know what? This is the dice that killed Montel. Minus 10. So yeah, he does not save.
And I'm checking in on my brother.
So, as you are holding as you're holding Maury in your hand, focusing, using it as reflection as the mirror. For a moment, you're staring at your own self, your eyes. As you move the blade across. So, move the blade across. It catching the reflection of the sky above you, the walls around you of the stone building, and it's almost like the blade. For a moment, you think it shifted in your hand because the reflection is different. So you try to readjust, looking again. You see no matter how you try to move it, you can't see yourself. But as you move it, you notice the blade, the view inside the blade kind of shifts, moving back and forth. You're in. You see a stone room, a familiar room that you, as a young boy, would go and hide in. You see metal bars, chains. You see your brother. There's a younger girl there with familiarity to your mother. You see a few other people. You hear the sound of keys in a lock. And a voice. Are you going to tell us where now? Your brother looks up at a figure, his back to you. You see that the figure appears to be human from your vantage point. As your brother just kind of looks up and goes, I told you. He never told me where he hid it. He died before he could. Look, this is a big misunderstanding. Clearly, look, your brother goes to stand as a gloved hand. Wham! Knocks him to the feet. The young girl screams. You go run, kind of protecting her. Your father stole something from me a long time ago. And you, future king, will pay it back. What are your dear queen? He kind of turns and walks out. The door slamming. You hear the key turning. As your brother kind of looks up, you see a look in his eye of worry and of fear. Roll me an insight check.
19.
It's a look that you don't remember ever seeing your brother before. Your brother very much was one, I'm the eldest, it is my duty, I will go along with it. There's a look of defiance in his eye. As you watch the blade suddenly seem to clear and you're staring back at your own reflection. Because for a moment, it looked like you. That look of, defiance, of stubbornness. And it wasn't until you moved the blade that you saw your full face that you realized that the scrying had ended.
One question. You said the young girl looked like my mother?
Yes.
Should look like my father.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She died for your father.
Yeah.
Thank you. I forget your mother died first, then your father.
Mhm.
Okay. My apologies. Yes. Thank you.
I wanted to make sure
Yeah,
it wasn't.
yes, that was me forgetting in the backstory.
Plot twist.
I have a secret half sister? Huh?
Secret sister. No.
Secret sister.
I can think of worse ways to find out.
Secret sister.
Montel, as the scrying is fresh in your mind, as you're remembering things, roll me a perception check. It's a pretty stout DC on it.
20 even.
DC was 20.
30, 20.
As you're focusing, trying to recall that moment where he pulled back his hand to hit your brother, there was a gleam of metal, something shined. You're focusing on that. You're pulling it on the glove. It's like he was wearing one of those old style cloth gloves that would wrap around. You had to bind it with leather wrappings and hold it with a pin. The pin. There was something about the pin that caught your eye. It's familiar. It's from you've seen it. And your eyes shoot open. There's a moment of it's a moment of realization, of anger, of confusion, because the pin holding the gauntlet on was of a crescent moon and a sickled knife crossed over. The mark of the coterie. Somewhere Sornrin's getting ready for a fight.
Somehow, Sornrin has this feeling he's going to need to choke a bitch.
Cool. I'm gonna go find everyone else.
All right.
Cause now I got problems going on.
All right. So, with that, we cut back to. I'm gonna say this was happening as that was happening. So now we cut back to just outside the main of the 5 towers, the main central tower, as Sorndrin, Grim, Finnegan, and Ricardo all kind of met up. What are the 4 of you doing?
I pull out the broken necklace that the Dragonborn
Yeah.
had, and I'll pass it to Finnegan. And I don't know if we ever got this examined. I don't remember.
You did not.
Yeah. So, and while you do that, I need to go talk with Saunders.
Investigation check, Mr. Finnegan.
Been really back yet?
No, haven't heard much from them.
They left to go scout out some grove area
They had a
nearby.
whole party with them. They'll be fine.
Elves went to look for trees, you know.
Does that mean you go?
Wow.
Does that mean you go look for holes in ground?
He doesn't have to look if Grim puts him there.
That is fair, pigeon.
Very,
There, Finnegan.
very nice.
Thank you for your information. You may fly now.
31. On a 31, so you finally have put hands on this thing. The chain itself, the metal is simple. It's simple gold-plated, actually gold-plated mithril. It's probably worth a couple hundred gold pieces on its own. But it's that jewel that you can now see is not truly a jewel, though it moves and reacts like topaz. This is a piece of a scale.
Anything? Well, you already said it had enchantment magic on it.
That was the
That was the control and then the memory wipe.
modified memory. Yeah. When it broke, when the ancient dragon cut connection, there is still some connection there, but it's essentially the same as you have a connection to your fingernail, that kind of thing. There is a residue of his energy, of their energy there, but there is no way to say trace it back to them.
Okay.
On a 30, you're pretty sure though if you used it as a casting focus, something really interesting might would happen at least once.
I'll make an Arcana check to see what that interesting
Sure.
thing would be.
Bad times, the OK Corral.
Holy shit. What?
Oh no.
18.
18.
What you roll?
He's got a 3. The digital dice.
Oh, okay.
With the way it sounded, I thought that was their. It's a 1 because I heard burning, I heard screaming.
Yeah. So on you said 18.
Yeah.
On 18, you know that there is just enough of her essence in this scale that whenever you would cast through it, it would power it up somehow.
Okay, so powering it up in what way?
Pointing at each other.
Out of
saving
game,
stones.
like out of story, in-game mechanics, it would whatever spell slot you would use cast through this. The effect would be as though it was cast at a specific higher spell slot.
Your telepathy ring's going off.
Let me check.
See, that's why I take mine off every now and again.
Turn off all these
So-
notifications.
Is there like a
Does that sound
tree
like a
monument,
thought process
something in
that
the
would
area,
work?
in the fort area?
Do I
what?
have it, or
Is
do
it
you
like
have
a-
it?
You have it.
Okay.
Is there like a tree monument, something in the fort area to like Bahamut and something like that?
That entire center spire is.
Oh.
Like, yeah, they're as you like when you step into the spire, so that center tower, there are like several rooms. So as you move into the main part that opens up, it's like takes up the entirety of the back half of the spire. This like massive mural of Bahamut in like full pose. This is like the central cathedral. It's both war room and religious room as well.
I was going for more something natural.
Oh,
So.
okay. I mean, you would know of the Grove. That's kind of more naturalistic.
That's a ways off.
Yeah.
There is the shrine. He wasn't. Krillot wasn't interred under the watchful eyes of Bahamut. The weir stones are there still powered up too.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You, Sandra, you mind coming with me for a minute?
Sure.
We'll head down to the. Y'all just give us a little bit.
We haven't had a Finnegan and Grimm adventure before.
We'll be back.
Right. So Stormdrin and
Oh
Carl
boy.
getting sitting down. All right. So we will cut back now to Fenriel. To answer your question, by the way, I don't know if I've ever answered how long it had been there. It had been there for a few days.
Okay, the spell only goes, will only allow it to answer anything it had seen or experienced in the past 24 hours.
24 hours. Okay. Well, remind me the spell, please.
Right here. I had it ready.
Cool.
It happens every now and again. We are prepared.
I had a week to prepare that information, so like,
Okay.
It only happens every now and again. We're prepared.
So, as you, so are you going off by yourself? How are you? What are you doing? How are you doing this?
like for this,
Yeah.
I didn't make it any secret.
Okay.
She was right there with
All
me.
right. Verisa is right there with you as you kind of reach out and just place your hand against the tree that this this grafted creature was in. You do not yet know what these things are called. You cast your spell. For a moment, you hear the sound of the wood, of the limbs kind of creaking. You feel almost like a shiver run through the bark of this tree as you suddenly feel a connection between your consciousness and whatever natural consciousness exists within this world. You could call it the soul of Elanthier, you could call it the awakening of the primordial elements, but essentially in some way you and this plant cannot communicate. As the see, I'll be honest, part of me wants to do something stupid.
I am Grove.
But because this is a serious moment, Actually, you're not far off. As you reach out the consciousness, not just in this tree, their roots of these trees have actually kind of interceded, and it's sort of like you hear like all of them speaking at once. As you feel a connection. For a moment, it's like there's no response, but then you feel that connection to a consciousness that the magic is allowing you to comprehend. So what are your questions? What do you say?
My first question would be, are there any more of those foreign entities that are still present within this grove that could be posing a threat?
It's like a little bit of a rumble that slowly begins to make itself known in actual language here. The Shadowed One brought only one of those creatures. It left soon after and has not returned. That's... Actually, I'm sorry, you said it only 24 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so...
Unless it is some sort of like magical creature.
I'll say that, because they would have, like, yeah, we'll
That's
go with
further
that.
down.
Yeah, we'll go with that then, as they continue. It dwelled among our boughs and branches, but it was the only one. Part of me wanted to do like some weird Mercer thing with, hey Fenriel, how are you? No, I'm not.
Very ancient one.
How's it going, dude? I'm a tree.
While it was here, did it cause you any issues that should be fixed?
Though its claws dug into our bark, it was not... How can I answer this? Its intention was not to cause us harm, but to watch.
Do you know what it was watching for?
We do not.
Is there anything that you can tell us about the Shadowed One you mentioned?
It had the appearance of your companions. But in its steps followed decay.
Which way did it leave when it left here?
Slight creaking noise. Almost as if you can tell the tree is trying to move and point, but then it left through the gates, leaving as it had arose.
How long ago?
That creature was placed here 2 sunrises ago.
Thank you for your patience and giving this information. What we are going to be trying to do here is have dryads allow some of my people to travel here. Would you allow us to do so?
Though we be far from her shores, we answer the call of Ilthalas and the will of the Congress of Trees. Sorry, Parliament of Trees. I had something in my throat there, forgive me.
Happens to the best of us.
Trees have throats. Trees have
They have trunks. Roll me a d20, Fenriel. D20.
Day of the solstice. Okay. I'm making sure my time
Okay.
frame lined up.
Do you have any other questions?
Now that I have consent, no more questions.
Okay. As you go to finish, it's almost as if the tree itself kind of pulls you gently back. And you actually, as it happens, you feel the acorn almost like warm, as though all the bark is now aware and listening. Before you leave, bearer of the bow of Elanthier, do you wish to have the secret? We have kept it low these many centuries.
If it is a secret that is for me, then I will accept it.
Aelor left it for us and told us that there will be a time when it was needed. Is now that time?
Yes.
Within the center of this grove, he buried his secret. We will not stop you from retrieving it. You feel the consciousness sort of back out, though Aldebark's, his essence is still like listening in.
I turn to her.
It's just, the trees were being very weird.
The trees. Hold on, I cannot break that joke. Let me erase it.
Go, make the joke. It'll be fine.
I speak for the trees.
I had to figure it. I speak for the trees.
Take your phone inspiration.
I watched Fenriel lift himself by his own pants and disappear up in the air.
The trees, importantly, have consented to be used as a gate, but more importantly, have given us information of something that's hidden here that just might be something we need to help fix all of this.
Where would it be located?
To the center?
Okay. She kind of follows you to the center of the grove. We'll get back to that in a moment. So at this point, I'll say that Montel, you've been moving. You catch up to Grim and Finnegan, who have just kind of like standing there a little bit like dumbstruck as Rikara and Sorndren have like run off.
Well, to be fair, they've been a part of the party. If they would like to come along, they are invited. I don't want anybody to feel left out.
So what's Finnegan and Grim do? As you see Montel kind of rushing up, like waving a hand.
I mean, I'm about to perform an experiment.
Yep.
I'd like to point out, I'm walking up with the most pissed expression I've had in a while.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, when I see him, I'm gonna point towards where Sorndren and Rikara went to, because he definitely can't be looking for me.
I ain't done nothing.
Plus, if I'm about to perform an experiment, I don't need Montel anywhere near.
What? Just because he was there when something blew up and it wasn't his fault doesn't mean him being there means it's going to blow up.
No, but him casting fireball through it does.
He's not going to cast fire.
He is the most common denominator when things do blow up.
He is
Other
also.
than me.
Wait, don't you need a lab assistant?
Don't you need an
Well, let me rephrase, honeydew. Do you need a beaker?
At least us. We
Trying to get what?
A beaker.
Let me rephrase, honeydew. Do you need a beaker?
Oh,
Beep, 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 beep.
What's the bear's name?
Huh?
The bear. The big
Ozzy.
bear. No, the big one.
Oh, are you talking about the actual bear or the big lumbering like fur covered?
Yeah, the big on the Muppets.
You're talking about Sweetums.
Sweetums.
Yeah,
There
that's
Okay.
Sweetums.
That's why I had to specify because there is a bear.
I love you guys.
Oh, copyrights.
Cool. I grab both of them by the arm,
Sound nothing like
Okay.
Sweetums.
and I start going the way he just pointed to. I need as many people as I can.
Hi, bye.
So you're trying to drag them along with
I'm
you?
failing, but I'm trying.
I take it you want me to come with you.
Please. I've got anger issues right now.
I know the feeling.
Face versus so. I know the feeling.
Alright. Oops. They're trying to have a moment.
Cool. I can make him angry during it.
Why are we looking to make someone angry?
Coterie?
That'll make him angry. I'll do it. Okay, do you want to come along?
Real quick, before we do that,
Yeah.
let me do this.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand him.
I feel very concerned now.
You should.
You should not.
I-
Everything's going to be okay.
I am.
There's a reason I just called you Beaker.
Uh,
If it's
yeah.
the plan, I just
I'm going to
said to
hand
it.
him
Okay.
the void crystal that I have.
The empty void crystal.
Okay.
I hand it to him,
Alright.
and I'm going to say, walk 50 paces that way. And stand there.
So you're like in a large open courtyard, like surrounded by buildings. So yeah. Probably the size of a little bit over a football field.
We'll get to your thing in a moment. This will only take a second.
Can I ask why?
Sure.
Why?
You'll see him then.
Because I said so.
You did answer your question in a way.
I'm keeping this if this fails.
Alright, so you step off, walk 50 paces out.
He doesn't know what it's going to feel like if it fails or passes.
Neither do I. You're
Yeah,
being
which just
very
means I
vague
can
at the
keep it.
moment.
So, I'm going to hold the necklace.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll be honest, at this point, it's the necklace was mainly just sort of a housing. It's the actual like,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm holding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
And I'm
doing
going to
this-
use it as a focus.
Okay.
doing this magical sciencey stuff.
There's no one within 50 feet of him.
No. Right now, like
You got Grim playing
Perfect.
Block A like
Yeah.
Stay right.
Magical science going on.
I'm
Actual
going to
science.
Okay.
Don't interrupt the science. That's how I read it. Sorry.
Oh, this is going to be so fun.
Oh god.
At 7th level,
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
I'm going to cast Reverse Gravity.
Applied as though we were casting it at a 9th level slot.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but my point of aim
Okay.
is the Void Stone that he's holding.
Okay.
But I can tell you what the spell does.
Yeah. Read me the spell.
Okay. The spell reverses gravity in a 50-foot radius,
Okay.
a 100-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range.
Okay.
All creatures and objects that aren't somehow anchored to the ground in the area fall upward and reach the top of the area when I cast the spell.
Okay.
A creature can make a dexterity saving throw to grab onto a fixed object it can reach, thus avoiding fall.
Okay.
there is no upcast.
If some solid object, such as a ceiling, is encountered in this fall, falling objects and creatures strike it just as they would during a normal downward fall.
Okay.
If an object or creature reaches the top of the area without striking anything, it remains there oscillating slightly for the duration. At the end of the duration, affected objects and creatures fall back down. It's concentration for up to 1 minute.
Okay. So you're casting reverse gravity.
Yes.
Uh,
My goal is to fill that void stone with energy.
Okay.
Is
He's
what I'm trying to
focus
do.
funnel into the stone using the.
Okay, in that case,
Scale.
roll me an Arcana check.
Arcana.
Look, when I sent you this idea, I imagined it going the way of the sword, not this.
Let me. I'm gonna mark
You
this
know,
right
grab
here.
stone,
Yeah.
shove in.
See,
I mean, it's a good roll.
Yeah.
the good news is I still have spell slots.
But remember, when teleporting, momentum stays.
Yeah. So I just wait at the top.
Which is one of my favorite things I've ever done to somebody because they were like falling, you know, cool. At 15 feet, I do this thing to teleport. Cool.
Yep.
Beep, 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 beep.
Excellent TKO.
Beautiful.
What you got?
You got it.
At 20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For a total of 35.
Monso will need a dex saving throw.
26.
Does that beat your spell save?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I anchor myself to the ground.
your toes like grabbing. Just. Alright, so, as you focus through the scale, roll me a d100.
Oh dear.
So I'm making the save to not fly.
This should not leave the ground.
Hold my
Oh.
floats.
I'm choosing to fly.
Okay.
You're not flying, you're falling in reverse.
Oh, hang on.
Flying is just falling. with style.
56.
56.
Yep.
Okay. Whenever you use this, there is a 50% chance that it will shatter. On a 1 through a 50, it breaks.
Okay.
You, for a moment, feel the power surge as though the crystal is about to explode, and then it settles into the power. So you still have it.
Who's got it?
No, the
scale.
Scale, yeah.
Okay.
Montel, you see a beam of blue light, and for a moment, like you feel yourself start to like lift upward. Before you raise about 15, 20 feet, about more like 5, 10 feet before like this crystal locks it, like has locked you in place, and you essentially, yeah, like you're like kind of floating up above it as you're able to pull yourself back down. And it's almost like you feel, let's describe this. Imagine holding a plastic milk jug or a plastic ball you kind of pressed in and smushed all the air out of. Holding it as water pressure builds inside of it. You can feel the crystal isn't tightening or growing, but with your arcane senses, you feel it filling. Energy filling into the crystal.
Here is the question. What is the color of the stone?
It's turning a bright shade of blue.
Ah. Silence. Because everyone we have had something with this do has been like ochre greenish almost and became red. So that is interesting knowledge.
Finnegan, roll me a con saving throw.
Oh dear.
Probably should be.
No.
Oh, he's a con.
Plus 2.
10.
A 10, you said.
Drink his
I
drink.
don't have proficiency yet.
As you're focusing through that, you're like, yes, it's working. Why is the world going black? As you feel, as that crystal fully fills with energy, and there's a slight, there's like flash of that bright bluish energy, almost cerulean energy. You turn in time to see Finnegan collapse.
Try to catch him.
Athletics, acrobatics.
Oh yeah, athletics for me. Sure.
Am I still floating? So
I'll choose to automatically fail.
Well, that's a 25, but you chose to automatically fail.
No,
so basically you're
Like, to resist
It's
you.
consent.
to resist. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say so.
You do already because you're unconscious. You're getting ready like to grab his half
Yep.
form, and as soon as he went down, you felt the magic in, and you slowly float. That 5 or so feet back down to the earth.
Did it work?
Roll me an Arcana check.
I'd say
so-
probably. That is a 5. Probably.
Yeah. Looks good to you.
It's like, I got a new shiny stone.
Goes in my bag of holding.
Actually, no. That sounds like you would think it would fail because you said you were keeping it if it failed.
I don't know the difference.
You're not there.
Exactly.
And he's
I am
unconscious.
All right.
Therefore, it failed. I'm
So-
keeping it.
Exactly.
With the
I can
with
spend anything to be a
experiment
failure.
over, we cut now to Sorndren, heading down the stairs with Rakara. What are you two doing?
We're gonna head down past the office. I think you said was down there.
Yeah.
Right. If she's down there, not disturb her, and just head down into the shrine and stop at.
Well, so the way the shrine is at the center of the main spire. Each of the other towers have connecting pathways. So her office is in the administrative tower.
Okay.
So it just walks down. Yeah.
Okay, headed down to the statue.
Yeah. The shrine.
And don't head down to the tomb. Just head
Yeah.
down to the ground.
So do you walk like down into where his actual sarcophagus is, or you stay in the actual shrine portion?
I'll walk down to the sarcophagus. Yes.
Okay.
And just stand there and look at the body still there.
Body is still there in the sarcophagus. Actually, at this point, the lid has been moved back in place, but the sarcophagus is still there. Weir stones are still active. Roll me a charisma check.
15.
You're just kind of standing there. You feel a like pulse of energy from the Arcan scale.
I'll pull it out.
Just like pale bluish energy, tinges in greens, purples, various colors of gems. Is it every so often just kind of
I don't know why this chose me. I feel so unworthy. You say we're the tools of the gods, and I feel completely inadequate for this.
Someone once told me that a child with a spoon could take on a god if the gods willed it. Anyone can be worthy. Anyone can be unworthy.
Sworn. What's your passive perception?
16.
Sworn. So you're saying that just looking at Rakara. Here, fluttering of small wings.
I kind of look around and see if I see anything.
We'll do active perception check.
Active perception. That is. I think that's 21, but I'm making sure. Yeah, 21.
Where are you at in relation to where Rakara is? Let me ask that question.
I've stayed kind of just behind him and kind of to the side.
Okay.
Because I had an idea of what he wanted to do, but I wasn't sure and was following his lead.
Okay. So as you're kind of look up and around, the actual burial room you're in not very big. Just big enough with the sarcophagus, the two you can stand a few feet on either side. So you look around the various like detailed mosaics on the walls that are exposed here. You the scene of Krillat overthrowing the dragon emperors, the rising of the dragonborns. As you kind of pass a mosaic where you see, as he is laid to rest, that there is the figure of Bahamut, kind of like blessing his burial. The wings of the mosaic push up just far enough that a small gold canary just has sitting on top of the apex of the wing, just kind of like staring at the two of you.
So I'm not going to say anything to Ricard about it yet, but I'm going to stare at the canary, and then I'm just going to kind of slightly tilt my head towards, like, because Ricard's got the scale kind of sticking out right now. I'm just staring at the canary, kind of nudge my head towards the scale, and then towards Ricard, and just wait. See if the canary reacts.
Roll me an insight check.
Insight.
That is a 23.
Kind of give that motion. You see the canary kind of give a slight nod of its head, and almost as if to say, I know.
Well, I guess because knowing the gods, it was meant more as a question than as a just making sure.
Fair enough. In that case, so you get a. There is a. After he gives that nod, there is a look to Riccara. Like you see it look toward Riccara as though waiting and expecting something.
So the gods need us most often more than we need them. But for both to exist and work together, there has to be a mutual agreement of, or exchange, I guess is the best way to put it. And it seems that someone here is waiting on your exchange. He's just gonna kind of, like, if Ricard's looking at him, he's just gonna kind of move his eyes towards the direction of the canary and back at him. Like, he's not making big motions, like, there's a bird right there looking at you, man. But it's like, look, this is meant to be somber, but there's people watching, or things watching.
I'll follow his gaze, and I guess I'll see the
You see the golden yellow canary just kind of. And when you look at it, you see just kind of like rough a little bit and just stares directly at you.
Hi.
For a moment, those familiar, like, deep black circles of eyes of a bird turn to the slits of a dragon.
That could be one hell of a good tap.
What do you do, Ricard?
Oh, I'm looking at it, and I'll turn my gaze back to the tomb. And
When you turn back toward the sarcophagus, and Sorndrin, even if you had been watching it, you would not have noticed the sarcophagus is now open. The body of Krillat still there. While not pristine, it still is in the same state that you last saw it in.
he gave everything for this country. Sogor gave everything.
What languages do you speak?
I speak.
I'm kind of speaking simple at this point. So
You're speaking in
if
common?
I mean, if it, yeah, I'm kind of speaking common. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I understand. I'm asking what languages
speak Abyssal, Common, Elvish, Thieves' Cant, and Undercommon.
Okay. Do you stand on your head? No.
I can. Yeah,
So, as you say that, as you mentioned that he, about Sadior and that he chose what he did, there is a rumble that echoes in the small room in Draconic, in what last week referred to as pure or old Draconic, as he was willing to take on and become more than what he was. You hear, Shnaras, Nakor.
I really gotta get with Fenriel about these lessons. This is getting annoying.
Staring at the body, in those words, Rakara Karashan has been doing what he's thought what he wanted to do.
Rakara Karajan died on a shore on the straits. Same thing, sorry. Ziamora, forgive me.
Yes.
I keep forgetting that's mine.
Kara has been doing things really.
No, Rakara's dead! Ha ha! No,
It's been ghost the whole time. It's Sixth Sense.
I mean, that makes too much sense for two of
Alright,
us.
so I will back up and redo that again. I apologize. Rakara Karajan has been trying to make up for sins that he did not commit. He is trying to force a destiny that he does not fully believe in anymore. You hear as the bird lights onto the sarcophagus, and though it's not present, you feel as though it's almost like this ghostly image of a golden dragonborn is standing there and there with you.
Are you translating any of this, by the way?
No,
Nope.
I'm
So I'm sitting here. I pulled something out of my pocket, and I'm sitting here because I know we've got bags of gems. So I've got about 100 gold gem of each of the gem colors sitting in my hand right now for him in case, because he has no idea how any of this would work or any of this, but he has some thoughts to work with in case.
Why do you serve Bahamut, Rakara?
out of faith, out of this is what I was taught. It's the path I've been led by faith. He has led me thus far to here.
Are you sure he led this path? Or did you walk it and he merely observed?
I am not sure, to be honest. That is the point of faith.
What made Korst Krelat, the great warrior that you know him as?
Long ago, I would have said it was his strength, his agility. But now I know it was his hope. He had hope to drive away the darkness.
Korst Krelat was a cowardly little dragonborn who was born into servitude, who lived his life in servitude, who never spoke against his draconian masters, who always bowed his head at the image of the chromatic emperors. That is not a warrior, that is not a leader. What made him different? You saw the memory. He laid there in that tomb, ground and earth and rock crushing him, the air leaving his body, the blood flowing from wounds. What made him different? What did he do?
He was chosen of Soriol.
Was he chosen? Or did he choose Rakara? Sadior did not make him crawl forward. Sadior did not make him push through the pain. Sadior did not make him a hero. And as he's talking, and now even you, Sormvin, the form solidifying into a brilliant platinum bespectacled gold dragonborn that even you can now understand. Krilat was not chosen. Sadior was chosen. Krilat chose to help a fallen god. Just as when the usurpers rose to take our power, when the Titans moved against us, our children, our creators, chose to stand at our sides not as servants, but as our equals. You watch as the golden form solidifies more into platinum, the brilliant, blazing blue eyes, as the familiar metallic form now shifts to a brilliant crown of horns, more angular. We do not choose you, Rakara. We watch as you choose, and then we are moved by your choices. Just as Krilat chose to crawl forward and take the hope that was offered, you have chosen this path. When Ziamora stood and was laid low by an enemy, Rakara chose to stand. When your friends were in trouble, when strangers were being attacked by assassins, Rakara chose to stand. When your friends fell, and you stood beside his grave, Rakara chose to stand. When the rumor of his resurrection, you chose to follow it. When standing in a hellscape of a demented ringleader, you chose to stand with your colleagues and friends, Rakara. That is the lesson of the gods. We do not choose you. You choose us, and we work through you. That is what made us different than the usurpers. We do not, how to get the word here, whereas they demanded your service, we request your help. It's easy to think of us as we dwell beyond the gate, as these omnipotent celestial beings. We are not. Your follower of the gray shepherd over there can attest to that. Watch as this platinum dragonborn raises a taloned hand. What brings you here, Rakara? What choices have you made?
the choice to find answers, to find hope and restore hope, defeat this evil.
This evil cost me my brother. I would not be truthful if I said there is not some mark of vengeance in my essence because of this. That I'd wish to see those that laid him low at his own choosing, and now have corrupted the gifts he gave. I will offer you a choice, Rukara. For Ziamora's destiny is over. Rukara's destiny, though, is infinite. One choice I will offer you. As he opens his hand, you see a platinum scale. As it floats, you see it shifting to the gem color spectrum before getting around to the metallics that colors again. I will offer you a choice to become something new, but I will not force it upon you. Take your time, for that's the one thing we gods do have. So you just as you see the eyebrow raised toward Rukara. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? What do you want to do? The moment is yours. The stage is yours. Narrative control I give to you. You are the storyteller now. What happens?
Rukara feels he is not, even after all these words, he is not worthy of this gift he is given. But with this offering of the divine, he will choose to take it. He will go all in.
Okay.
And he'll reach forward. Let's go.
As you reach for his hand, there is that moment of you just kind of slowly reaching out. As
You know?
yep, you still got it.
As Rukara Karajan, no more. Rukara Karis.
As you reach out for a moment, that hesitation as you say that, and then the platinum hand grabs yours in an embrace. Let hope return once more. Roll me a charisma check.
Check or save?
Call it a save.
Okay.
Okay. 18 plus, save, 20,
3.
23.
23.
Well, I can add stuff too. At this present moment, or does that change?
That'll work.
That'll work.
That'll work. You're not gonna die.
He has said nothing about my life, though.
23
by the light.
Plus what?
plus 5.
Pupils
28.
permanently contracted.
28?
28.
Okay.
28.
Alright.
Pupils permanently contracted.
So the DC that I said was 25. So that means after what I described, you will still be standing, you will be fully cognitive, you will not be on the ground unconscious. So
Who does that?
Sorensman,
Mm-hmm.
you have seen the face of the divine. You who walked back along the gray path beside the shepherd himself. There's a familiarity when the divine work. this is not divine. This is primordial. This is the power that made this world. There is the mixture of the divine magic. For all who dwell within the celestium are gods. They are divine. They are divinity. But in this moment, you realize.
I'm gonna ask one question.
Okay.
Because I have a book sitting in my car. I've been working on reading it, so I have been.
That's
So
fine,
I'm
that's
reading.
fine.
How much do I know about the actual creation story?
With in the circle of seven, you know the truth. You know that story, the story of the book.
So this is basically like what it would be for us to be able to, us as humans in this world, to sit and watch the Big Bang.
Yes. Rakara.
Yes.
Karajan burns in platinum fire, in energy that shaped this world. Rakara Karas, correct, is born anew. Your emerald scales in the right light are now tinged a little platinum, maybe a little bit metallic aspect to it. I'm sorry, I didn't make a roll. I just realized something. There's a part of this we had forgotten about.
Okay.
You stand on a great void. All around you is a swirl of color, of light, of power, of darkness. As you are looking around, your focus suddenly settles back, and it's as though you're looking in a mirror. You see a emerald dragonborn wearing the mark of the Legion, wearing the armor of Kralot, sword at his side, gloved hands, the stones used for casting magic, for focusing your energy. And a broken horn just stares at you. Out of his head and a smile, as he just seems to fade, pulled along the path of destiny. You turn and see 6 shapes in the darkness moving toward you. One close to 8 feet tall. 2 of them between 3 and 4 feet. Other average heights. You watch as they step out. The natural ones, your friend, your comrades. The silver thread seems to flow from you to them connecting. And you see 4 smaller shadows detach themselves and move forward. 2 of them fading or darkening to a red color. 1 a black and then a white as the dragonborn hatchlings. Your wards step forward and platinum band to them. Various other shapes and people. 1 a blazing bronze fire steps out as the tiefling Halifar. Just, this is the odd thing. The rest of these, it was almost like you were seeing shadows of them. There was no consciousness. But when Halifar steps out, there's a moment of, this is not just a shadow. This is, you've connected. Like he is here. There's kind of a smile and a nod of the head before the platinum thread connects to him. The final one that it connects to is a small gnomish figure as she kind of steps out of the shadows, smiling broadly, the jet pack at her back, so the flying contraption on her back. And the platinum band. Really? That's what you decided to cut off? No, it shouldn't. The platinum band connected you to her a little bit more sturdy than others. As Samantha Dean stands there smiling. A voice rumbling once more. You hear the familiar voice of that platinum dragonborn. Rakara Karis. This is one of many paths of your destiny. For what is destiny but hope? Hope for a future that you long to see. Rakara, bring hope back, and may your destiny be what you hope it to be. A flare of bright platinum fire shakes the very foundations of this fire, this temple. For even years to come, for decades in the future, those who were here on this day swore they heard a draconic roar echo from the foundations of this building. Others swear it was just a momentary movement of tectonic plates. But in that catacomb, near the sarcophagus, Sordrin, you were almost deafened by a draconic roar that echoes. Montel, as you were reaching for the door, the force was actually blowing you backwards away from it. As the light fades, Rakara, you are no longer a sorcerer. The oath you have made, an oath of hope, an oath to yourself. You now stand a paladin. About time! So, yes.
Damn time!
Dang, the running joke has become true.
It has become full circle.
So,
Did all the magic stuff fade out and, or like, with, in the shrine?
yes.
Okay, so it's just me and Sandra standing there. How much of that did you catch?
What?
Yeah.
An earthquake.
Sorry.
Ow.
Oh, he's weak now.
A chunk of it? Mostly the end bit.
Metapigeon.
What?
Things gonna be a little different.
You have no idea. Do you know how the mortals came to be?
The who?
The mortals. The orcs, the elves, the dragonborn.
Created.
Do you know how? And I'm kind of making sure, like, as bad as my hearing is right now because of it, like, no one's coming down, nothing else. Like,
Roll me a dex save, by the way, Montel.
10.
Did you hit the other side of that wall?
do you know how they were made?
I know what we were taught, and I believe that.
What were y'all taught? Let me start there.
Made from Bahamut and Tiamat. The first dragonborn was hatched from an egg, and from there.
Let me no, do not have the time for that. None of us do. Let me summarize. So, when the gods came here, the dragons, to an extent, were here to start with, but they were as themselves. You know, you're like sitting here doing the mental gymnastics because now it went from 2 to 3, but he knows something about that still foggy for whatever reason. The originals were here and met with the gods. The Mormon Card met with them. That's a whole different story.
Oh, okay. Kind of follow.
When they created the first life, it was just their energies. And that made the angels, the devas. then they tried to do it from the world that they came to.
Mm-hmm.
And that led to the Titans and the G and the Jinn and that group. But it was by the combining and working together of the world that was here and the power of the gods that came that they made life. And he just did that to you. In this room, he basically just made you he made you a person? I don't know how to explain it. This is giving me a headache.
So you're saying I'm not the same I was?
You, who you were physically, it now resides with Ziamora. To put it in your words. So the person you were is no longer here. The person you are is the person you choose. He gave you the greatest gift a god or anyone can. He gave you a fresh start from the beginning, not just restarting as a new name in a new place. You are a new person as of today.
I am Gandalf the White.
You've been baptized.
Thank you, Metagaming Canary.
You're welcome.
Again, Sophia, that is what your connection, as it is to your to the Kerajans, to your family, is what you want it to be at this point. You are a new individual, new destiny, a new person.
Let's keep that little bit I just explained to you between us. That's not really a lot of common knowledge, and
It's going to take you some time to process what you've said anyway. So
understandable.
So while this is happening, you do hear a slight moaning noise coming from just outside the door. Like a moan of pain. Like a, oh.
Were you sneaking around again?
Actually, no, not this time.
Alright. He's gonna go out there and check on him.
You open the door. There's not like an imprint in the side wall, but Montel is like kind of like curled up on the floor in front of the wall. He got thrown pretty hard.
Alright, let's get you up. Come on. Slow and steady.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time I was thrown into a wall, I'd be rich by now.
who's out there? Oh,
Look, in his defense, he says he wasn't sneaking around, which, in all honesty, I don't know if I believe, but for once it makes sense that he wasn't.
Montel,
I have no reason to here.
you with your special eyes. The first time you glanced toward Rakara, it's like for a moment somebody took a very bright flashlight and like blinked it at you. Because for a moment you saw pure platinum energy flowing off of him. And then you just kind of looked like it was that moment like that when you look back and it's the familiar Emerald Dragonborn.
He's blinded, I'm deafened. Who's gonna become mute after this?
Anyway, problems. I come speaking of big problems.
We got a list. Okay,
No,
does it have to
just-
do with the orcs?
Maybe not.
Okay, does it have to do with the Shadowborn?
Probably not.
Okay, does it have to do with...
Would you like for me to tell you what it does have to do with?
I guess, because this is kind of fun. Like, I'm
Cool.
starting a full
Then come
list.
on.
I'm starting a full list.
We
We're not
haven't
gonna
passed
bingo
out
card.
Finnegan as well, and I might have a way to bring him up right now.
So, we cut back now to the courtyard, where Montel, kind of after holding after pocketing the diamond, the crystal moving downward. Grim, roll back about 15, 20 minutes. You were over a unconscious Finnegan. What are you doing?
Hey, buddy. Wake up.
Finnegan, roll me a con check. Low DC, nothing big.
get a 16.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was
Sad.
between
I had
birds
an
for a
idea.
second.
As you know, Grim's like, come on, wake up. You
Don't want to do too far.
your eyes finally kind of slowly as you open. There's like one of those where like one eyelid opens first, and the second one pops up
Oh,
afterwards.
there you go. It's just me. Stand you up. There you go. So,
The
disguise
feeling-
work. Did disguise work?
There is no Montel.
He fucked off.
Which way to go?
Towards where Rikara and Saunders went.
We'll reach you there.
You're just gonna fucking teleport, aren't you?
So the feeling you currently have, Finnegan, is the few times where you've been in a battle that has taken on. It feels like every ounce of magical energy left your body in a split second, which is what caused you to initially pass out.
Right.
But now that you're back, you feel like you have all your faculties. You are missing that one, that you feel that the one spell slot energy that is, but yeah. Aside from that, you just kind of feel a little bit fatigued.
I mean, I guess we can go.
That's alright.
I'll give him a bit of a head start.
What's your name?
40.
His? 35?
I'm
now?
35.
Yeah, I was gonna say his is 35.
It
So
used to be 25. I'm 35 now.
he's almost
He's booking it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a little short legs like this now.
I'm kicking up dust, son.
all of a sudden.
I'm
Yes.
already rubbling this shit.
Oh, I was gonna say, you see the robe rise up. It's just two bright red tennis shoes with white bands on them.
Grim gives you waits about 15 seconds. Then he just kind of gets on a 3-point stance and just like fires off, taking forward. Finnegan, as you're running, you start feeling. You look behind you and just see a half-orc charging down on you.
If I weren't me, I'd be worried.
So,
If you were me, you would be worried.
Okay, so you two roll me either. Actually, this is prowess. So yeah, both of you roll me either acrobatics or athletics to see who gets in the door first.
Okay. You want to confirm?
At 20. Welcome back, Grim.
I'm so happy to be back. Set.
So,
Wizard
as
athletics
I go,
A natural 7. 4. Plus 3.
so Finnegan, as you're running, the door is right there.
For a total of 31.
Suddenly, as you go to leave, dude, and then suddenly, as you go to leave, suddenly you're stuck in the air. You don't know what's going on, and you look to see Grim has you right here as he's just running.
You have turned into a football.
And then reach out your hand. We both touch. We tied.
At the same time.
Oh.
There you go. We tied.
Good game. Good game.
Good day.
That is a good thing.
GG, bro. GG.
GG.
So, we're going to take a break a little bit early. It's about 7:53. We'll come back at about 8:20. I know our dear Mr. Finnegan here is about to go run off to try to capture you two with a few more friends. So yeah, I'll be around to answer questions.
4.5 minutes right next door.
We'll be right back, folks.
Does anyone want anything from Burger King? Because I'm gonna go to
Actually, yes, I would like them.
Wish I could, but I don't have money.
Cool, I'll bring you a burger. Anyway.
I
It's
got
better
you.
than plain with no cheese.
I got you, Jeff.
That's all I can say.
Plain, no cheese, like my kids.
Hey,
Because I got.
I just always prefer that way. I don't like.
If you two will answer
and I don't
questions,
like
we'll
raw
step out.
onions or pickles.
Sure.
Okay, so
Just easier to do that.
plain no
Yeah.
cheese.
Hello! And to answer your question earlier, Lone Star Dice, I do not wear my kilt traditionally. I am not uncouth.
Uncouth. Question for Grim. I don't know if he remembers, or for Jeff. What was Oriana's oath?
Oriana was an oath of devotion.
Oh. Okay, nice.
I remember that specifically.
Great time.
For the one session I played her.
Session and a half.
I'm not even sure if it was a session and a half.
I mean, session 0. We
Oh, it's Night Rain. Hi, Night Rain.
rolls into the chat. My goodness. Goodness.
None of that. We still have like 2.5 hours.
I know. Well, we started playing around like 6:20, 6:30, so that was.
Yeah, with all the announcements and stuff.
Yep. All the announcements.
Aw. Night Rain feels like she got a boulder roll on her. Oh.
Working.
Well, she's currently not working.
Not working.
She's got other stuff going on. But yes, how's everybody doing? Hopefully you're enjoying this session so far.
Some of us have the day off tomorrow.
I do not.
Memorial Day. I surprisingly do.
I have to go into work tomorrow.
You can say I don't care.
You should say I don't care. Seen you were on TikTok and was trying to mess with you.
Excuse me. Our coffee is not helping.
When is Finn and Grimm's wedding? I don't know. Grimm still got to introduce Finn to his parents. And that's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's a ways off, probably. Probably after this Kralots / Arcanist arc.
Maybe, I don't know.
Party doesn't know, but it kind of feels like player agency knows that he's not the big bad. Like he's maybe like
no, he's got an agent for somebody.
Yeah, so.
Oh, Night Rain also says, and Ben call Apple support for the password thing.
Yeah, I know. I cannot remember the fucking password. It's infuriating.
I do not know. But yeah, Finn and Grimm's wedding, it better happen during this campaign. It better not be like post-campaign, like wave of the hand. It needs to happen in this campaign.
Where would it be?
When it would be?
I said where.
Where? Oh, jeez. That's actually a really good question. That is something that Grimm and Finn are going to have a talk about. Because we could have it in Ilmaria or Ilfalos. I mean,
I'd be interested in having like on a neutral ground, like at the estate.
We could, yeah, it's true. We could have it at Port Blaven.
Yeah.
Maybe at the Grey Oak. No, that's the after party. That's the reception.
That's the after party, exactly.
That's the reception.
Exactly. So confident.
Make sure Finn throws a bouquet to Sam. Yes.
I've already thought about what Orcar's going to say when he sees him. Yeah. Depending on what's in the events that happen, because it seems like there's a lot of chaos happening in Kralot as they approach. So.
Well, right now, yeah.
Maybe.
Y'all need to send out invitations to the wedding on TikTok. Oh my God, yes, we do.
That'd be funny.
Hobbit,
What's up?
got a really cool idea from Lone Star Custom Dice.
Okay.
We need to send out invitations to Finn and Grimm's wedding on TikTok.
I like that idea.
We gotta do that. That's gotta happen. Yeah, like, we got a
Actually,
couple of folks asking, like, when's Grimfin's wedding? No.
That's up to y'all.
We're gonna have to talk about that. King, Queen, Midgard to visit, I suppose. We can get a trans-dimensional portal going, can't we?
Oh yeah, let's see. We can
Have Requiesce show up in.
have Artie and Iris show up for Grim and Finn's wedding.
The Midward Marshals meet the natural ones.
Oh God, Theseus would kill Montel.
That's so true. You can do it on Discord and Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, true. Yeah. Hey, Night Rain, we might have a commission for you.
I'm saying, someone who takes commissions. Okay. That should bring me into. No, I don't want to sign up. I want to log in here.
I see someone delivering. Well, nope, that's actually Jeff Fleming with his pizza.
Hey, cool. Log in.
But I want my invitation delivered by Ravens. Gotcha. Invitation will be delivered by Ravens and/or crows. It's one of those corvids. Do you have any other questions for us?
Yes.
We'll be more than happy to answer.
I'm trying to trying to sign into the to where I can actually go and view questions on different. It's a weird day.
It's been a pretty weird day for me too. Just no nasty pigeons. Yeah, we're not sending winged rats at you. Larry says, "Well, I'm free for the foreseeable future." Just saying.
Okay. There we go. Cool. Let's see. It helps if I hit the right button. To live.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Now, where's the button that makes life that much easier?
I'm not sure it exists.
It's like the old saying that if there were a button that said "end of the world," there would not be time for the paint to dry before somebody pushed it.
That is very true. Just a big red button that just sits there.
It's the big red one. I request 3 doves, 5 crows, and 1 firefly.
Okay, cool. Might take a bit. But it's like that TikTok where they're like, if you push this button, you'll get $1 billion. But a random person will.
If I push it more than once.
You're not letting me finish. I know.
The firefly must be holding the invitation. One and only joined. Like, do we tape the firefly to the invitation? Because it's not going anywhere. I mean,
here's the thing. All she said was a firefly. We could take that ship from Serenity.
the Serenity was the ship. The firefly was just the.
Fact.
Yeah, it was just. Well, that's the model of it. So, surprised me. Ricky Dillon, hello.
We will send the firefly, and he will have a Cajun accent and played by Jim Cummings.
Going down the bayou. That's all we can sing before without getting monetized.
You're from Shreveport.
I love that joke. We are from many, many miles away from here. No way, y'all Shreveport.
Hey, y'all from Shreveport. God, that line makes me laugh every time.
I still love the, hey, Ray, you might have, I got your ship. Thanks. Now what about the other end? Catch a fly on fire and throw it. You know what, Lone Star? You're not wrong.
Yay!
Uh,
There's quite a few people at this table. I would not put that past them.
So I just picked a random crit card. Deadly. They consist of the slashing nicked artery. Make a DC 18 con saving throw. On a failed save, take 1d10 damage at the start of their turn for 1d10 rounds. If maximum damage is rolled, the effect continues for additional 1d8 rounds. Then 1d6, and you're bleeding out essentially. Piercing, you have damned this leg. Permanently, when entering combat, make a DC 12 con saving throw. On a failed save, they have disadvantage on strength and dexterity based attacks for 1d4 rounds.
Isn't that permanent?
Permanent. Bludgeoning is wide open. All enemies within range may make an attack opportunity against you. And then the magic one is all creatures within 15 feet of you are affected by this spell or affected again in case of area effect spells. Some more roll to throw up my Tuesday. Ooh. Unfortunately, Lone Star, no. Night Rain is not streaming.
Yes.
I love that game is going great.
I think we talked about it before, but currently it is not.
Yes. Yes, my Dragonborn Druid Jorah Asik. I turn into dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs.
Nick Cahoon, Sam, the Windy Gone, thank you all for joining this evening. We are playing, we'll take our break, but we are in the middle of a D&D campaign.
Yes.
15 minutes, we'll be jumping back into the game.
Just
Last Omen, hello.
Just currently taking a break and answering any questions that you chat may have.
Normally we're on Twitch and YouTube. There were some technical problems, they've been fixed, and next week we will be firing back up on normal streaming platforms.
Yeah. Because you found out those problems were fixed while you were here
Yes.
and without your laptop.
Yes. Hey, Jeff Beck is the third viewer in my live chat.
Oh, who knew?
Smile emoji joined. Welcome. But yeah, by the way, Lone Star, I now know basically this takes about 4 hours to compile. So actually less than about two to 3 hours. So by the time I get home, this will be compiled. I'll go ahead and fix it, edit it, and throw it onto YouTube so you can pull the audio from it.
Yeah, my TikTok isn't big enough for streaming. Something I'm gonna try and work on later. Yeah, because you have to have a certain amount of followers.
1,000 followers to go live.
Yeah, that'll never happen for me.
Look, if it could happen for me, it could happen for anybody, okay? I was just some goofy nerd, telling stories and giving away stuff. Which I recorded the video. I have got, because I recorded to post it on TikTok and Clapper as well. I've got to post that for the giveaway. I've got books, I've got dice, I've got miniatures, I've got a dragon I'm giving. It's all big 25,000 follower giveaway. Sararak joined. Welcome. First thing morning. Cool.
It's a
Well, did you get it?
I didn't, but they did.
Jama Shrew, welcome. Cody Cox, hello.
3 cocks.
Cody, C-O-D-Y.
Oh. I heard 3 cocks.
See, now I think it was the part from the Legends of Vox Machina. Why do I have 3 penines?
Why do I have 3 penines?
Little Damien, hello.
Garamili.
The name is Garamili.
Played by a wonderful Billy Boy.
Yep. And I love the fact that they actually showed at the end who he transformed into for spoilers for campaign 2.
Yeah.
I'll get my sewing machine parts finished for the...
Nice.
Wait, me? What? You don't have... maybe? I don't know. I'm getting it back. But I already have one of your wonderful bags.
I have 2 of your wonderful bags.
Bill! 1181 joined, welcome.
I think I have 2 of
Hey,
your
Matt
bags.
joined, cool. I like that, cool. Braves, 1970. I have DM Fen. Oh.
See, there you go. But do you have DM fabric bags?
No, it's not DM fabric.
You have 2 bags, yes. But
What
what
about
about DM
What
fabric?
about DM bag? Yeah, by the way, folks, this Tuesday is my birthday. I turned the big 3-4.
I'm still older than you.
What?
Hmm?
You look at me like, really?
I'm still older than
Now I'm
you.
looking up my new character sheet.
Ah.
I still some.
Oh, and of course,
reversible
Lone
blade.
Star Custom Dice did ask this earlier. No, he's not going to be starting at level 1. That would be cruel.
No. Okay, so look, I have heard horror stories where if a player dies or something, and they bring in a new player, they start all the way over. No. Because that's the thing. If he was to start at level 1 in this campaign, he would never survive.
We didn't even start at level 1.
No, I started at level 3.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and to start off at level 1 now would be just fucking
Yeah,
cool.
the chalice you see here actually is made for me by the Lone People Hive. It's got the blue dragon. It's got the silver dice of like my logo. So yeah, it's a dragon on a dice.
It is beautimous. Did you paint that, or did James paint
James
it for you?
painted this one. This was his air paint, which is really cool.
Very nice. Cool.
They do sell this kind of stuff at the Hive at Macomb, thehiveatmacomb.com. Wonderful merchandise here. Great stuff.
You heard it right from the horse's mouth. It is the hiveinmacomb.com.
Me, pick me. I'll be level 1, 11 days. What?
Maybe y'all can help me with this.
Sure, what's up?
What would be more important? Putting the one in Charisma to bump it from 19 to 20, or putting the one in Dex to bump it from 9 to 10?
As a paladin, I go charisma.
Yeah, as a child in charisma all the way.
I always dumb stat Dex as a paladin.
Yeah, because you're going to be walking around. I told you
You're
that.
gonna have disadvantage on everything Dex anyway, basically.
Yeah. Did Zank in the D&D movie look like he had a good dexterity?
I haven't seen it yet. I can't get
Well, that's
Paramount
the-
to work.
That's the NPC, so.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it either, but that's because I just haven't had time to.
Oh, I went and watched it, and I watched
It just does the circle of
the
death.
John Wick 4
I heard that
the
was
same day. Yes and no. Like, John Wick
Oh, the kobold and
is good.
critical role.
11 days!
Oh, Lord, yeah, okay, I forgot about that.
11
But
days!
do you remember,
Spurt.
at the risk of spoilers, do you remember in the second movie?
I just want to clarify a few things.
Yeah.
on these.
He had the
Which ones are clear? I know
dress
there's 3
jacket
clerics,
had like
including me, and 4 paladins. So I want to know which one's which.
All right.
Just for humor's
they went
sake.
way
Fair,
over
fair,
that
good.
shit. Like, I still enjoyed it a great deal, but that almost took it out. Yeah, almost broke it for me. Look, I can believe a lot of this shit,
But not that.
but
What are we
when
talking about?
John Wick 4,
Okay.
have you seen it?
No, I have not. I'll be honest.
Very much.
I haven't watched any of the John Wicks.
I'm gonna get
Really?
a drink.
They're all great. Like,
Oh, thank you.
I've seen parts
Because
of
there
I
was
think
no
the
room
first
over here
one.
for me to actually put
And that's about it.
you definitely should. You really should. Just
It's getting
What
time
I
to
know
actually
of
sit
you-
down and watch movies.
Right.
Honestly, I know I would appreciate it. Like I enjoy that kind of stuff.
Is that Mother Trucker show? I think it is.
it was close. I think we had 30 seconds.
We couldn't have. No, we had less than 30 seconds. We couldn't have done it with one less person there.
No.
No.
You know how when you power level a friend in a game and they're just like happy to be there?
You mean what I did with Diablo?
Hi, I'm a baby level, but I'm going to learn mechanics.
Everybody else is like,
You've got a
you
corner.
know,
There you
at
go.
least like 35 or 36, and then Beck's over there.
I was proud.
Three corners
I was
full.
proud to shop level
It's
24.
accordion.
Cool. Thank you.
No, he didn't get the Whopper you asked for, Lone Star, sorry.
I was right.
I got a Whopper Junior.
Hey guys, let's go do do a raid, I've got a level 22k that I'm on 2.2k that I'm real proud.
Unfortunately, my level 38 self couldn't do the raid because my phone is otherwise engaged.
So we only have
We could have
3
paused.
paladins? I thought it was 4 paladins and 3 clerics because of situations.
Oh, right, the Azimon, she's a
Not
top.
that
I'm
Jordan,
sorry.
I took my face off.
I was right. Kobold paladin with pack tactics.
Nice.
I was
With,
concerned that you
did
had
a
killed
rogue
the
group.
raptor.
Huh?
With a different rope.
What's the
No.
deal with the raptor? What's the deal with the raptor?
Brody used me.
It's a raptor. What needs to be the deal with
what's
this?
the story behind it? Why is it on the table?
It's
I
a
know he
raptor. It's Jeff. Jeff does dinosaurs. Enough
There you
said.
Brody gave it to him.
Is it his new like pet or something?
It is now.
Grim has
It
a pet
is.
raptor going around.
If so, this
Now,
is a gargantuan
If you
sized
guys
raptor.
choose to fly in game,
Mm.
you guys can get more.
Get in my car and travel around.
Because it ends at 10 o'clock tonight.
Mm.
They only did them for 2 days.
Move it.
I saw, I'm looking.
Okay.
What's the question? What's going on?
On that one, you said it with you.
Oh, okay. Take 15, so
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
I don't want it, folks.
But yeah, when they release the raids and stuff, it's based on time zone.
Mm-hmm.
So like New Zealand was doing it at
Yesterday.
like the night before last.
Yeah.
Hi, Mechanical Raven.
Hey, Raven.
Raven.
The great mechanical Raven, without who none of this stuff would have actually come to fruition, because I didn't know shit about Discord.
Same.
Derek needs to open his gifts.
I know. Look, I've been busy with other stuff.
But I'll let you know, this week I will open and send daily because I will have, I will be able to. It won't be like a working or anything.
Probably being headed for
When?
tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Cool.
Because
When? Tomorrow.
because we're going through, we're gonna stop and get lunch. There is
Night Rain, we can talk about that because that would be hilarious.
there's an area down. What's the?
The tomorrow's road, I'm going to be down my parents for.
No, that's. I was just letting you know we'd be in the area.
Okay.
Because we're going.
You're
through,
actually we're there toward the latter part of the evening, I may.
Yeah. We're going through, eating lunch, then we're going down towards Hammond. What cities are that way? They're still in this P.
Going to where?
That's the one from.
I'm trying to think of if there is an area that has like a free
So it's like
big ass
Oh, no,
flowers
no,
and
no.
stuff. I'm going to do picture things for
now.
kids or stuff.
Okay.
And then we're gonna come back and eat dinner, do Hatchburg, and then go home.
I
Since
think
we both had the day off, get us out of the house.
what does it make it?
Certain Pokemon can make evolve.
Oh, cool.
So
They
sometimes
get bigger, scare, and if you read the Pokedex entry, it's very painful for them. So how dare you be best friends with them and cause them
Well,
pain?
like that.
Especially Houndoom. Houndoom's cool.
well, in the case of Lopunny, it's not scarier, it's
No. Just no.
no.
But I got 2 Mewtwo's.
Why do you need two? What's
Trading.
Ah.
Because like my wife and my mother-in-law also play, so we get lucky trades going, and everybody gets a lucky Mewtwo, and it takes less
Stardust.
resources to power them up.
I know the only special thing I ever got from the Shadow was the day I figured out that the Shadow Pokemon you can catch can be shiny. Because I got a Lapras off one of the leaders, and that is in Pokemon Home right now, purified and all.
That is the one and only raid I have done.
Congratulations!
Glad I could pop a chair.
I held my phone out and just have him sign me into it because I know what I was doing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm that level of newbie.
Montel, chicken or ducks?
What?
Mechanical Raven wants to know chicken or ducks.
chicken or ducks?
Yep.
As pets, chickens. Eating ducks.
Character reaction to country, state, carnival, and 4th of July, including fireworks. You know what? The last carnival we all went to didn't go.
Yeah.
Not really.
That was a unanimous table sound right there. Yeah.
Honestly, Nathaniel would be willing to go back to a carnival.
We lost a good friend that day.
Oh, well, don't worry. We'll tell her next week we'll be back on Twitch, All Star, or she can just watch with you.
Yeah, he's curious.
Well, not that day. What's that? Later on.
It's questionable.
Oh! The more questionable, the better.
What?
That's
I'm not even gonna
Nathaniel's
question it.
reaction. Talking about IRL carnivals with questionable rides. Nathaniel is, okay, which one looks like it's most likely about to break?
Look, I'm sitting here. If it's questionable rides, I'm sitting off of them on the park bench that watches it, taking bets on which person is going to not make it.
Fenriel is going and eating all of the questionable food.
Remember
All right.
buying all the
So,
questionable food.
It is 8:20. We're going to go ahead and get back into the game this evening. I'm going to go ahead and thank you all for your questions. You were amazing. May stop a little early, so I'll take a few more. But for now, I'm going to off that. I'm going to bring.
Thank you, Gino, for coming back and having an audio tape.
That's always nice.
All right, so go ahead and
It's always nice.
get that back.
Start using them,
I do
sir.
too.
I remember I
don't know
forgot
what
about it,
season was.
and I logged in, and I had like 12 or 13, and I was like, and I bought a whole book series.
There you go.
That's exactly how it goes. I forget I have the credits because I'm reading through stuff or I have other stuff going on, and then I remember, and all of a sudden I just go,
Gonna turn this volume
what book
down.
series do I want to go through? Which, by the way, if you haven't, the Immortals series.
That sounds familiar. Hold on.
On a Pale Horse,
Who writes it?
let me pull up my audio books and I'll tell you.
It sounds
Look,
familiar,
I
too.
love the series. I read the book once a year for On a Pale Horse, but
I'm actually listening to the it's the Pathfinder Chronicle series. It's like an audio drama.
yeah.
Right now it's the one about the one where they're down in Syrian, the desert part of the world. It's really cool.
Honestly, a good series.
Pierce Anthony.
A good series
And it's-
to read or listen to is the
Oh,
Deadlands novels. And you don't even have to listen to them in any order.
So with that, thank you all very much on TikTok again. We're going to jump back into our story. Another quick round of introductions. Please go slow while I shove this hamburger in my face. Derek.
Hi, I'm Derek. I'm playing Sondranelo, our drow cleric.
Hello, Sondran.
I'm an alcoholic.
I couldn't have written this.
I'm Michael, I'm playing Nathaniel Assad. The reason why Sondran's an alcoholic, because I'm a warlock rogue.
I thought it was because he was Catholic.
The director's looking too.
Yeah, no, it's same thing.
Hey, I can make that joke.
I'm Ben. I'm playing Kara Karis. The Emerald Dragonborn Paladin of Hope.
Woo! I am Finnegan Tenderfoot. I am Ricky.
Method acting.
Method acting.
I'm Finnegan Tenderfoot playing Ricky today.
I think we've done that.
The Halfling
We
Wizard
have.
Rogue.
I think most of us have done it at least once.
Yeah.
I'm Jeff, and I'm playing Grim, the half-orc barbarian.
I'm Beck, and I'm playing Fenriel Nefarin, the half-elf Drake Warden Ranger.
Real quick, your oath. What is like? What if we reskin? What's the actual like? What's it reskin?
Redemption.
Yeah.
Redemption. Okay.
Which is actually a pretty good one considering the it's very thematic.
Yeah. Like I'm currently. Well, by the way, folks, I am Kenneth, aka the Southern GM, and I am the scatterbrain who is running this game. Like one of my things I'm working on now, I have to work on rather, is an oath of remembrance paladin. Where they take an oath to the memory of a great person or a great city or an entity, and they're essentially kind of a death domain paladin.
You're a paladin that works with Maury.
Yes.
Sad.
That's actually where the idea came
I
from.
figured.
So, with that, as Sorndrin is helping Montel struggle back up the stairs, Riccara just kind of following behind them, we're going to cut now to a grove of trees far to the east, where a half-elf is currently shoveling.
I am an elf and I dig in and hole.
Fenriel, roll me a athletics check, please.
Sure. Athletics. 7.
It's taken a lot of
It's frozen dirt.
It's frozen dirt. Like it's after a while, you watch as Verisa and the other Dragonborns kind of like see you and they just kind of step up and would you like some help, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, they stop.
No hesitation.
So
I just looked.
Now kind of mentions you didn't see the dump over there hammering,
Yeah.
but instead they're shoveling, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So as they all step in and begin to dig, after a few minutes, but they dig down about almost said 20, 30, about 2 or 3 feet. This large pit there, and you see it's that they begin to uncover the root system of these trees that are kind of molded and like rung together, essentially almost like a rat king type scenario where the roots are actually begin to intertwine, and there is this like large knot of these roots forming almost a sphere, and through the gaps in the roots, you see roll me an investigation check.
20.
It looks like a box, like a sealed box. Very ornate wood and designs laid into it. But is again kind of like in this cage of root and entangled. What would you like to do?
I will reach out my hand to place it on that tangle of roots and ask, may I have this?
Roll me a charisma check.
16.
As you kind of reach for it, not even having to ask, like as your hand reaches out, it's like the roots just kind of begin to move and shift out of the way. And the box is about this long, this deep, and about that wide. As the roots slowly move out of the way, the box is there in the center. The Dragonborn is just kind of staring in amazement at this item that they did not know was there. As you pick it up, you notice that there is where the lock on this would be. It's like someone took a piece of like silver filigree and just shaped out a keyhole. I'm going to roll for it. You've seen this symbol. It sits atop Alor's key. So you kind of put together that the key is needed to open this.
We are going to need to take this back to the keep when we're done with our job here. But this will probably be of great help.
As you watch as Verisa, we are, I actually can't make a roll for, oh yeah, back. As you're kind of standing there, you receive, you actually, as one of the Dragonborns walk up carrying the scrolls, we've received word that they're sending a full, they're sending several squads to come, to guard and protect this area. They would be here within a few hours. Do you have a way to contact the forces on Neophilos to get here?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well,
This is Beck thinking.
Beck.
I'd like, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Alvar can do it. So a couple hours, they will, the Dragonborn, the squads will be here too, and at that point they can start moving the reinforcements in from Neophilos. So watches Verisa just kind of, what is that?
something that was put here long, long ago by someone who knows a lot more about magic than I do. I don't know what it is exactly, but it has to do with my wizard friend.
Very well. If you like, you look around and it goes, I don't think. Would you mind if I came with you when you return to the fort? Be honest, Mr. Fenriel, this is all. I find this all fascinating, and I would kind of like to see where it leads.
Absolutely. And no, Mister.
Oh, Sir Fenriel?
Just Fenriel.
Fenriel. Just Fenriel.
There's no titles amongst friends.
Oh, thank you. Kind of smile. Inside check.
You can't roll my
All right, so.
Got a lot of inspiration.
I love that. You can't roll high enough. Looks at me. You can.
So with that, we cut back now to the fort as Finnegan and Grimm, the two of you, as you walk down, meeting halfway, a very kind of like tired Sorndrin, occasionally kind of like and a kind of battered Nathaniel moving up the stairs.
Whatever you two.
Big, light, loud noise.
All I heard was loud noise and I got thrown away.
Yep. Big, light, loud noise.
Everything okay though?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Hold on.
Is Ricardo?
There we
Is
go.
he following us?
I'm close to her.
Finnegan, roll me.
Because specialized.
A con check.
Yeah, we'll call it no con saving throw.
God.
It's your night.
All them throws that wizards are so known for.
How many has
16.
Hey.
DC was 15.
and he did earlier?
As you turn to see Rikara, again, your arcane lenses, for a moment, a split second, has that same effect of, imagine you have a pair of NVGs on, and someone just hits you with an intense IR light. Yeah. It's a split second, but it's like you shake your head, because again, for a moment, you saw Rikara, but he was like a light and platinum blaze. It's an instant thing. It passes, but yeah.
There's now someone that's 3 foot taller than you.
This time when you put the goggles back down, he looks normal. There is a bit of a difference to the magic aura coming off of him. It does not resemble the normal aura that his sorcerer's form, so to speak, would have given off.
He's got pics now.
Dude.
I was gonna say that he's a little bit more.
He looks a little bit like, he looks a little more cut, a little more, yeah. Like he's done some push-ups.
Question.
Yes.
Yes.
How are you so shardy?
Turtle wax.
We buffed him on the way up.
How'd you get it off of a turtle?
You rub really hard.
No,
Downstairs, there's a turtle. It's a living.
Yeah, we rubbed him with him.
You.
Alright.
I mean, what you do in the privacy of your own room.
I love Ricky's
is
face when I
you-
said that.
Well, I kept imagining that he turned into like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
So as the five of you are kind of standing there, you hear the sound of like metal booted feet approaching. You see Commander Nero Sezek is walking up carrying this like cage. It's like looks like a bird cage that's been covered by a cloth. You hear something kind of. Did you kill it or capture it?
It was just
No, it was
wrapped
wrapped
in
in the-
That's what I thought. Okay, wrapped in the yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, you hear some kind of like rattling in the cage. She's like, "Oh, good. I was hoping. Are you all right?
Okay.
You look different. Good, like healthy. I mean, are you okay?
Was I unhealthy?
You were a little pale.
You were a little puny. Did you have you been working out? Or?
It's been
100
it's been a day.
It must be the light.
Run 5 miles.
What What's in the
Think of one that's great.
We took some athletic greens this morning.
what's in the cage?
Well, I was hoping one of you would be able to tell me. Your friend Fenriel sent this back. She kind of like walks over to this little like table she sits on and moves it. It looks, from the description, it's like someone. Imagine if someone took a hairless rodent and shoved it together with like the scales until a manticore.
So it's not the pseudo dragon you described before, ish.
No, that's what he described.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
like
there
a-
was 2 stingers. But
Yeah, it's like two. Yeah, it's the pseudo dragons.
It's an abomination. All right,
Yeah.
let's just leave it at that.
It looks like to have the front part of some sort of like hairless mammal-esque type creature, and the back half is that more like draconic lizard-esque scale with the 2 stinger-like tails.
How did Fenriel find this thing?
So apparently, it was had made a nest of some sort or a home within the bowels of the trees of Union Grove.
Do I recognize it as the dragon stitched, whatever you called it, dragon flesh stitched thing? Or is that too much? Maybe?
No. That
What you know about stitches?
That's actually kind of funny. This looks too crisp and too clean. It's similar. It reminds you of it for sure, yeah. But you remember hearing the tales of abominations where they were literally you could see the grafts of the skin and the stuff. That their bodies were magically being forced to accept it. This one almost looks quote unquote normal. It's like its body is not rejecting any of it. It looks. Those were the trial and error. This is a completed project.
Or maybe not just, it's like the second, third, fourth generation.
Generational thing, yeah.
Okay. So it's not the
You
first.
can
Yeah.
read any languages. You understand any spoken language?
I mean, I understand lots of spoken languages.
I couldn't remember if one of us had that. I can understand anything. I hear.
Comprehend, or like tongues, or comprehend
Yeah,
language.
I can.
Well, I can
ask
cast it. I
comprehend
didn't know
language.
someone had it on them regularly.
No. What it normally is this one just has all the languages.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I mark
This
it the
is not
same
good.
in Abyssal to stop.
It freezes.
Oh, so does that mean it understand? Can we understand it then?
Well, I'm assuming this is going to be a human understanding a dog.
Rakara, the sight of this thing does bring one thought to your mind. Where's Ren?
Friend is usually, if she's not flying, she's wrapped around.
She's not there.
Shit.
Where's she run off to? Can I find her?
Roll me a charisma check. So you reach out to the connection.
13 plus 18.
She's a green dragon, right? Little green green-skinned pseudo dragon. You get a feeling of confusion and a bit of dazed feeling coming from back in the shrine.
Yo, I'm headed back. Yo, deal with this. Headed back to the shrine.
Nathaniel,
Sit.
I need the stone.
What stone?
I will burn all of this shit.
Look, let's just get it away from the library.
Sit.
Roll me animal handling with disadvantage.
Nathaniel, where's his stone?
That one.
It bites at your finger through the bars.
No, it wants to play this game. I put my middle finger right there where it can bite.
Give him the stone.
I'm gonna let it shatter its teeth as I toss him the stone.
Okay, so as you we'll get that in a moment. Rakara, as you quickly move down the steps, you kind of begin to search. Not make you roll for it; she's easily found. Kind of like in the in the part of the shrine kind of curled up, you see the best way to describe it, it's like something shed a lot of skin all at once. There's like a pile of this like green tinted reptile skin.
Someone shaved your pet.
Even like from like the membrane of the wings and everything. You hear a slight chirping noise coming from behind a sconce of the statue. Like the familiar kind of like chirping or, and you.
I would telepathically, like, you know, just the sweet, you know, like in a pet or something to call her to me. And
There's a moment of hesitation, and then from around the back of the sconce, this brilliant platinum pseudo-dragon head kind of slowly just edges around and looks at you. Like she has the small, like the similar kind of small horns, the more square-lined jaw, the almost like whisker-like. She's just kind of.
His jaw hangs open for a moment.
As she leaps out, first this one, and then a second set of wings. She just lights into your hands.
What did this? I don't. Just.
She goes, Akara? You just kind of look around and goes, I feel weird.
You're not the only one.
This is now an awakened creature. I will get you her stats next week.
Okay.
Stop pissing off things smaller than you. Eventually they're going to gang up on you.
By the way, when it bit into you, roll an attack for it. Like you actually see its teeth sink into the metal of your arm. I see teeth. It's like these like beaver-like incisors, but they're jagged and like serrated. Just kind of like trying to.
Right on the nose.
Roll an attack roll. You have advantage on the attack. I'll give you advantage on this. The AC is not hard.
With dex or strength?
Strength.
12.
Yeah. I will let our dear Fenriel verify that. Like as soon as you hit it, just like retreats to the side of the cage. It's like.
So react to this with gonna like ignoring him. Do you understand?
Yes.
So you can speak.
More of a not like a higher life form, but you get a sense you're talking to a parrot or a very smart dog, that kind of thing. Just staring at all of you, his eyes for a moment. Oh, you're not there yet. So it's just kind of staring between all of the four of you. Just release, cage, release, cage, release.
Work with us. We'll see what happens.
Can I roll nature on the strongest planar energy that this thing would be given?
That would fall under Arcana for planar energy, that kind of stuff.
Can I give it a try?
Sure. Maybe an Arcana check.
17?
17. There is definitely abyssal energy. Like this thing, you're pretty sure that the back half of this is some sort of imp or some sort of like minor, like tiny demon or devil type thing. The abyssal tends to lean more to demonic than infernal. And the fact that this thing is apparently just, it understands or speaks abyssal. So Rikara, as you are walking, as you have walked back up the stairs at this point, this thing just kind of like backing as far as it can into the cage, just staring at you in fear. Even Commander Nero is like, what did
I don't know.
see a platinum head just kind of like pop up.
Okay then.
That ain't Ren.
It is Ren. It's say hi, Ren. She'll say hi in a minute.
And in Draconic, you just hear, abomination. She's staring at this thing.
Telepathically to Ren, does she recognize it? Aside the abomination thing.
You get an image of like this strange mole rat-like creature that digs underground. That is the part of the creature she knows. The other part is something about her innately. She knows that this is evil. This is not supposed to be here. I want to attack it, kind of thing. And you just this creature like in an abyssal. Keep away, back, keep back.
Oh, over the ring, I go. So, is this going to be how we figure out where this thing came from?
I think this could work. Good cop, bad cop.
I'm always the insane one.
I've no idea what's going on.
So, in Abyssal, so you don't like my friend here?
Keep back. Just a lot of fear and cowering.
If you would like to be left alone by him, and he's talking in Abyssal, but he is doing hand motions,
Yeah.
so there is some indication.
So you guys hear.
Then answer a few things for me.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage. Or actually, persuasion or intimidation. Your choice. Just let me know the result.
And you said with
With
advantage?
advantage.
So that is persuasion at a 19.
This thing has a -3 to its charisma. That is a 0. So just kind of, it's still what I want. Killing him back. Like just like trying to push itself through the bars of the cage.
Where did you come from?
Master gives life, master create, master give life, master create.
Who is your master?
My master is master.
Where is Master at?
See if he understands that concept. Mr. Derek, kindly confirm, please, on an intelligence check.
Yep. He understood. There's a tree there.
See, it's just tower, master, a gleaming tower, tower, big jewel, tower.
I'm gonna kind of turn to the captain and like switch back to comment. Are there any kind of, besides the 4 here, or even including them, do you know of any towers gleaming with jewels?
You instantly hit it. Key tower. The ancient towers that were thought lost that funneled energy toward Daphne. That's what comes to your mind immediately.
This thing knows of the key tower. It's a energy funneling thing.
Could you lead us, and then back to it in Abyssal, could you lead us to this tower?
I'll keep the next one. Yes, show, keep back. Don't let me keep. No, I show, keep back, I show.
It does. At least one.
That's all we need.
I still think we need to take care of our allies first, but we have a head on where we're going afterwards.
Commander said, which is just kind of in common, goes, wait, stop, please.
Yes.
This thing.
Real quick, do you have a name?
Skits.
Let's call them skits for now. just it's a lot. We refer to a lot of things as things. And he just kind of looks at Montel. Looks back.
So no, the in Abyssal, skits is mistake.
Yeah.
So you all heard the word skits, and you heard the translation of mistake.
Same.
Yeah. So skits.
Still fits.
I know.
In English, in common, still fits. So not only does this thing, whatever the language you spoke was, but it knows where one of the key towers are.
And someone who lives in it, apparently.
Lives in.
Can it describe this person that you'll ask?
What does Master look like?
Master.
Does Master look like? And I'll gesture to the Dragonborn.
Just kind of in general.
Mm-hmm.
He points to, goes to point to you, Ricard, and shakes his head. Goes to point to Nira and just kind of shakes his head. And you see that there are several other people kind of walking through. You see there as a black dragonborn. Just kind of walks through talking to several people. Just kind of, that master looks similar, a bit bigger, large, and more head and keep back, people. Just because you see that Rin is just kind of moved almost along your arm, just let me put it out of its misery.
Rin, please give us a minute longer.
Kinda,
I say in
you
Draconic.
see her stop and just kind of slowly turn, and then telepathically you hear, "Can I bite that one?"
Later. From the description, is that in a workaround way? The skits is describing a black draconian.
Roll me an insight check.
Can I roll the same check as he was describing it to me as well?
Sure. Well, either you both can roll, or one can get advantage.
I'll give advantage.
Okay.
I am utmost that your insight's higher.
On instinct, Ricara goes to cast a spell he can't cast anymore. He's like, and then he'll nudge Finnegan.
Moffat, I'm
and
gonna burn
ask,
an inspiration. I want you to stand up real quick.
Please let me. That is 2 natural ones.
Burn an inspiration.
and
Natural.
ask him if he knows a spell
Okay.
to cast a spell instead of.
So it's 22.
Sure.
Insight.
Describe what you'd like me to do.
The Shadow Wall. Minor illusion. You have that.
I will minor illusion a Shadowborn Dragonborn.
When you manifest that image, for a moment you see it, look at it, and you just kind of almost looks small, weak, no wings, no horns, small.
Bigger with do a draconian the same way.
Well, which one? You want the, you have the Infiltrator, the Dreadnought, there's the,
He said bigger with wings, and the only one I remember seeing with wings is a dreadnought. So
The
I had him
Dreadnought,
do
the
like
Juggernauts,
a
yeah.
black juggernaut.
he goes, almost, does he kind of you see these kind of horns.
Yeah, she's just kind of explaining bigger
Okay.
horns.
I want, keeping your insight roll, roll me an Arcana check, a straight Arcana check.
Like we're doing claymation
Yeah.
over here with this image. It's just, all right, extend the nose, more horn, and 17.
17. So, by the time you finish, what you have is something that resembles more of a draconian form. Longer, the longer snout. It has these, almost, it's like a crown of horns that's come out of its head that are connected by a frill of some kind. There is a pair of dragon-like wings, but it has the appendages, like the normal upper appendages and legs of a dragonborn, a very powerful tail.
Okay, I've got super librarian, dragonborn historian, basically, and the leader. Before Hope fell, is there any history of the slavers, the draconians. I hate saying it this way, but I'm trying to explain it, I guess, the way they would, lowering themselves and mating with any of the enslaved dragonborn. Because a combination like this, that only, like, unless there's, and he just kind of points at the abomination, this going on, that's the only other way this, pointing at the image, makes sense. Does any kind of, anything known?
History says that Draconians did not go with Dragonborn, but at a game, something I've been wanting to ask. Can I go through? I had the vision of going through Carlotte's memories. Does Ricard still have that ability, or is that just a vision?
Was that just the one-time vision thing?
This is mainly a one-time vision. You can attempt to recall information from it.
I would like to attempt to recall
Rumors, anything.
past life information.
I'm gonna ask the commander while he's doing that. Is there somewhere I can go to not be disturbed for a few moments?
There are several private rooms off the main hall that you can check.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go in there and I want to take out the book
Okay.
and try to flip through and find something that may detail Draconians and Dragonborn interbreeding.
Roll me an investigation check. At advantage and get back to that moment. No, sorry, what was your full question?
Can I try to force memories from Carlotte?
Roll me an insight check.
Does the politician's friend affect this at all?
I will let it affect it, yes.
I need all the help I can get.
Oh, that's 20.
I don't think I have anything. Let me see.
I saw the 15, I didn't see that.
Okay. So, what are you trying to glean?
If he saw anything like this. And that's going to be 25.
Natural 20. That is a success to the best of your ability. So, what you remember at one point, you walked past. It was like a fountain of some kind. There was no water flowing from it, but there was a figure that looked similar to this, not exactly like it, but it was an image of a figure kind of like reared up on its hind legs in like a very victorious pose.
So it was. Okay.
Like a higher being.
A higher being or somebody of
Hey,
importance. Or
you gave us a sense of a
champion.
mark of importance. Maybe not a champion, but like a mark of, like a statue of someone of importance in that area that he was in.
Dirty 30.
Dirty 30. As you flip through several rituals, there is one that catches your attention. It's called the Ritual of Ascension. In it, it dictates how to take a dragonborn and essentially give them a more like true draconic lineage. It's a form of magical mutation that turns them from, well, they look and act as dragons, but they're more of an aberration. They're something unnatural.
Okay.
And the image that you see of, because the images that are shown in here are very descriptive of like the physical transformation of the dragonborn. It's like it increases in size to like 9 feet tall. The wings force their way out through the actual skin, muscle, and bone. It's very, very painful, and there is a 90% fatality rate to this ritual. But essentially, this blends the best of both worlds: the power of a dragon with the maneuverability, and in the book the subservient. They're more subservient.
Okay.
It's a sense to create. It's a sense to create warriors. If you want a decent image, go look up Zeotora from Magic the Gathering. Sort of like a demonic dragon entity. The Riveter guild leader from New Capenna.
Oh, okay.
This is what the miniature is.
While this is going on, can I sidle up to Grim and have you heard from Fenriel lately?
Well, I haven't heard nothing.
This creature actually was sent back from the scouting party that your Fenriel was assisting.
Was this the only one they found?
Yes, your friend's Drake is also preparing to leave out with this. We have we're sending three squads to secure and maintain the Union Grove. Is there any information, a message you'd like sent back, or?
Just have them return as soon as possible.
Roll me a charisma check, Ricardo.
19 plus.
Okay, you beat my DC. For a moment, you felt Rin's like forelimb and like her talons and legs shift like a cat about to pounce. Then you feel her settle back down like, no, he told me not to. I'm not going to. There is a palpable hatred. She wants to tear this thing apart.
Let's get this other creature away for the moment.
Just kind of, no kid.
Till we can use it for better purposes later.
She just throws the.
I was gonna say, you ever had a parrot? Just put a cover
But
on
as soon as she throws the cover on, you just hear.
Simple creatures, it always works. There's part of me that wants to go, watch.
Throw it over me and I just disappear.
All right.
That's the worst
So
part.
at this point is when Finnegan walks back out. Everyone roll me a perception check. Finnegan, roll me sleight of hand with advantage, by the way.
Advantage.
With advantage.
The dice is going into jail
Nat 1.
again.
Alright.
29.
I'm busy with Rim.
Okay.
I don't think that's a thing.
19. 20.
Oh, you're not there. I'm sorry, you're not there.
20.
20. So you do notice, like, he is, like, basically as Finnegan walks out, like, something, like, he's finished, like, he's just put something away, like, something shifts. He steps out from the door.
I'm still focused on the argument basically going on between Rin and this thing that's now covered. It's my focus.
People are saying stuff I don't understand.
Nathaniel over the ring to Finnegan is just gonna go. You might want to be slyer than that.
Not always gonna be busy.
With what?
I just leave it at that.
Okay. So, she just kind of, I will make sure this is put somewhere safe that it cannot escape or no harm will befall this creature. This, what did you call it? Skits?
Skits.
Skits. She kind of walks out with it.
Is it bad? I kind of like that thing.
Yes.
It grows on you.
Since
I know, much like I do.
Don't push your luck.
since it says that it can lead us to the tower, and the tower seems to be a more pressing issue than anything else at this moment to me. Yes, raiding warband of orcs is bad, but also the rising of an ancient draconian city is a lot worse.
Is it just us in the room now?
Yes,
Okay.
Well, let me ask this. Grim, how often do orcs keep captives? And for how long?
it's like a piece of hair floating down.
Would Grim know the answer to that?
What is it?
How long do orcs keep captives? And how well are they kept?
Orcs normally don't take captives.
No, they usually take it.
They don't hold cities either. Like this is going.
Once cities get under their control, they burn the fuck out of the ground.
It's not even a control thing. They raid the city and leave. The fact that these orcs have set up in a massive city, and what you saw when you were first moving through, we're actually saying like they set a watch on the surround, and they're actually acting out of the city. There's something more happening here.
They're being told what to do, or being compelled to do.
They're
Something
keeping
totally
something from falling into the hands of the Dragonborn, and we shouldn't be willing to sacrifice 48 lives to go rush off to follow something we're not sure it actually is going to take us to the right place.
Are we sure these things aren't just the same problem?
No, that's the other problem.
Because if someone is magically inclined and powerful enough to make that,
Did you like in game hold that up?
I was about to.
Where'd you hold it up?
Vakara, he's holding a book that looks to be made out of
I
dragonborn
think
skin.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
You showed it.
I got it. No, nobody's seen it.
And I always think this book.
I
No.
thought you showed it to us.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like he holds up a book of dragonborn skins. They're talking. He like sits down. He goes to hold it, say something, and sits down again.
You want to share with the class why you're carrying a...
I got a book.
Where did
You have a lot of books.
Nobody's supposed to know I have this book.
You have a lot of those kind of books.
I didn't steal this one.
Okay,
That's a
that narrows it
first.
down. That does narrow it down.
There's a lot of scary shit in it.
It looks like it, yes.
Rikara, you do recognize that is in fact a tome of the Brotherhood of Shadow and Scale. You don't know it's like I know what the Necronomicon is. I don't know what's inside of it, kind of thing.
Where
And
did
you have a general idea of what it will
get
look
that
like.
if you didn't steal it?
It was given to me.
Who gave it to you? Who possibly would hold such a thing like this?
A librarian.
The member of the Septorium raises and lowers his hand.
Cleric of dead stuff.
I would like to point out
Old
this
wizards.
I didn't
This
have
is
this
going-
one though. In my defense, this is not one I had.
is going to be a moment where you got to figure out how to get them to answer, like you'd have to figure out how to get.
Can we
me to
just
answer.
get a straightforward answer for
So
fuck's sake?
what's in the book that you would like to that you found?
There is a ritual that is incredibly dangerous. All the doors closed.
Yes, you are alone in this area.
Everybody casts the invisibility.
You don't have to. Isn't that part of the staff? You now have True Sight basically active the whole time? Yeah.
Now look around.
You got a 30-foot range, but you're sure there's nobody around here.
Not necessarily looking for people. If someone is scrying on us,
Roll a perception check.
Technically, if someone was scrying, we would have had to roll a save, and though we would not know about it. We would have
Unless
to
they're
have a-
scrying on the area.
They would have to know. the
since
answer
I made
to
other people aware of it, can I either have advantage or have them roll?
Sure, spellcasters. Well, I'll give you advantage. On your perception check, because you're the one with the staff.
13.
13.
You son of a bitch.
really want to have this discussion?
On Ricarda's shoulder, there is the remnants of a viewing room, etched invisibly through powerful magic. Though it is now dissipated because of your ritual. When the Arcanist reached out and told you he'd be seeing your father soon.
No wonder you were made anew. They've been keeping eyes on us the whole time. I've been here the whole time. Look, if we're gonna have this conversation, just give me like a minute.
But at this point, with your ritual, you have essentially that room is gone. It is no longer powered, no longer active, because the individual it was cast on no longer exists.
Taking my stick, taking my piece of chalk, just shoving it on the bottom, walking around. Give me a minute.
Just walking in a circle.
Walking in a circle, and they just stay in the middle. Tiny hut. All right.
Grim, you feel up. That's like a wall of force goes past your head.
There's a ritual that allows. I'm trying to remember exactly how you described it to me. Taking draconians or dragonborn.
It's a dragonborn to ascend because they become more subservient. Think of it like
the information in the ritual said it was a typical draconians, but they were lacking something. Draconians were a. Have I ever actually told you guys where draconians came from in the?
You said they were born out of Tiamat only.
Yeah. So
everything else was Bahamut and Tiamat or
Bahamut, Sadior, or the fourth one, which that one's spoilers. Spoiler warning. Tiamat sought to create her own perfect race of servants, and from her greed and ambition were birthed the Draconians. But because of that, they are missing that divine spark that was needed with Primordial to create true life. So they are not, that is what is lacking, that is that spark of creation. So when they were trying to ascend, so to speak, their bodies were torn apart. However, the Dragonborn are the ones who because they have that spark, because they have a soul, essentially, they can potentially withstand the force of the ritual and quote-unquote ascend. On the rolls, I'll let you know that according to that book, there have only ever been 4 that have ascended over the entire thousands of years that ritual has existed.
So I'll explain all that, but question for you.
Yes.
Is there a record in the book of those 4 being specifically platinum touched?
None of the 4 in the book are marked as platinum touched. Take a point of consideration, though, for future reasons.
What would, and I guess this is more a Ricky question than a Finnegan question, what would those that have a divine bloodline in that same way be for Tiamat or
Sadior?
That one, Sadior.
Excellent question. Though the mark of Bahamut is more well known and more visible, those that are touched by Tiamat or by Sadior, if Tiamat has blessed a chromatic, they are usually not an individual that society wants to deal with, because for her, those that she blesses embody the worst of her aspects, the greed, the avarice, that kind of stuff. has there really been a Saadior, the Saadior touch, the one that he's blessed? Kralak would be considered the first, and now, yes, Urakar would be the second. Bahamut and the Metallics are more likely because they're the more social dragons.
Mm-hmm.
They are the ones that they believe that they would act more. There have been instances of dragons being. That's the other thing. No Dragonborn would be blessed by Tiamat.
Okay.
She would only bless true dragons.
Okay.
And the last 5 true dragons that ever existed that had her blessing were the Chromatic Emperors.
Tiamat considers Dragonborn beneath her.
Okay.
And Saadior never saw the need to specifically bless one bloodline or one individual.
Okay.
Like his divine bloodline as a sorcerer would flow from the divinity of all dragons, that power that created dragonborns. It's more of a connection to that bloodline than just any sort of specific dragon deity. Good questions though, probably.
Okay. So yeah, I'll explain the ritual and all of that good stuff to everybody.
Also, the 4 that are mentioned, there are 2 chromatics, 1 metallic, and 1 gem dragon.
This is stupid to say it loud. Were there pictures in the book?
Very graphic ones.
Yeah, like the
Pictures of-
It's like
Pictures
Grey's
of-
Anatomy on this
Pictures
thing.
of the
Oh,
Of the end result.
yes of this end result.
Okay. I will.
Ascended.
Like there is a sketch of what the Ascended looked like. Are you on the specific of each 4?
Yeah, like to match the image that I remembered from. Because you said.
one that would match the fountainhead he saw.
That's fair.
That's what he
That's
said.
okay. Yeah. Even though the ritual takes away a lot of the individuality of like the various aspects of the chromatic, the one you saw from the description of the book, you think it would be the chromatic, one of the chromatic dragons, Dragonborn that were chosen, which is the last name in the book is a chromatic dragon. So you're pretty sure that was the last one that was mentioned.
I know one out. That's the one I saw. One I remember.
And quick reference, the sketches versus the image we ended up with, do any of the 4 match up, or is it just like a general, they kind of look the same but not quite?
So the sketches, as you're noticing, like they have the frill of horns, but it's a lot smaller. It's almost like the image that he showed was a perfected form, and what you sketched out what he has sketched out in the book and the rituals are just like more smaller variants. Which you know what? You guys have done a great job with this. I'll give it to you. When that thought of platinum blood, the platinum touch, Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's something there. The fact that this one that was described looks to be a larger, like more powerful variant.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was because there was something within that, the platinum touched blood kind of.
A combination of the metallic, the chromatic, and the draconian.
Yeah.
Not just 2
Yeah.
of the 3.
Mm-hmm.
A chair best stands with 3 legs.
Yeah.
No,
So-
that's true too.
Yeah.
That's good.
I believe that the rituals in this book are probably what they're using to do the void creatures. They're using this as a base of their experiments.
You mean the things we were dealing with before?
Or there's the shadow one, the shadow.
Or the shadow
The
one?
things that we were dealing with
That's
before.
what I was trying to clarify. Make sure that I'll be.
I don't know how much influence it's having, but they had to start somewhere. And obviously this book is thousands of years old.
That's fair.
So I'm certain that this is probably not the only copy.
within that book, you don't see anything dealing with void or void stone. There are similar things about like infusing energy.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the concept of two nations across an ocean building ships.
Mm-hmm.
They may be different in some aspects, but they have to follow a certain form and function to float.
Which means that
So
this
maybe
may not be the first one either.
That's very
Or
good. Anything in that book on how to
kind of like Q is for
Yeah.
bots.
Did I see anything on how to reverse that ritual?
any of it, any of this.
none of it looks to be reversible.
I've only taken a quick glance.
Mr. Grimm, roll me a history check with advantage.
Wow. 9.
On a 9, the descriptions of what they're giving, you remember a story that you were told as a child about a great creature that showed up to Stornakor one day. It flew, it breathed a strange fire. It's one of those like a Mothman type story. All you remember the legend is that it was searching for something. The people the various encounters you heard about it took place near the ancient ruins of the Ansevan Empire, like it was looking or searching for something, and then one day it just left, never returned.
The Stornakor Devil. There we go.
The Stornakor Devil. There you go.
Start a cord devil. Well, I told them the little bit I know about
El Chupa thing.
the El Chupa Libre.
Did this thing steal children? Out of is that the same kind of tale like the?
Because yours is bad children will be taken by something of the night. There's no
Right.
description.
But there's
His
also
is-
the other tale.
No, I'm with you on
It
that.
just appears and looks for shit. And has very strange fire.
You were told stories about creatures from the shadow. It kind of coincides with that.
So I know this is a stretch. I'm gonna go out
And
the
it's like
gate
the
with
car.
that. But with me having been traveling as a bard for as long as I was, can I roll history on
I
the
will let
stories
you.
I may have heard from?
I'll let you roll the history. For you, I'm going to up the DC on it though, because
That's completely
it's a
fine.
very cultural thing.
That's completely fine. But it is there's the possibility.
Yes.
24.
24. Those stories were mainly told to children in the Roaring Vale. Specifically, if bad children went playing in the woods, things would come out and get them.
That's starting to make sense now.
22.
As you were traveling through Wildweir, I have to actually get my map out. Jesus, wow.
It's very rare I pull up the fact, I was a bard.
Yeah,
but
that's-
every now and again it comes
I
in
gotta read
useful.
my maps out. Wow, this one. Not even this isn't a map y'all even seen yet. This is one where y'all haven't had to use yet.
Yeah, it's like the last 3-4 sessions has been just total war dumps. So much information.
I keep trying to say, let's go save the other guys. And he's going, no, let's go find the stick in the ground with the shiny light.
Exactly.
Save the people, shiny light. Save the people, shiny light.
I'm over here like, don't
Alright,
make
so
me having
In
planned
the
for
realm
nothing.
of the realm of Eastvale, which is the realm that sits on the shore across from Perth, in the city of Lastgard, which is its capital. You remember sitting in a tavern, hearing a story from an old elf who had been alive. It was hundreds of years old. He claimed to be. Remembering where he was, or actually he swore that he was alive when the Ansevan Empire fell. He was in Stornakor that day. that he lived in a small village not far from one of the ruins, and that one day a strange dragonborn showed up, bigger than any dragonborn he'd seen. It stood 8-9 feet tall, wore dark armor, this crown of horns on its head, and breathed black fire. It entered into the ruin and stayed there for several days. People would go in to try to see what was going on, but none would ever survive. And he goes, I swear the thing left carrying a jewel the size of a cow.
I relay this. And let him know that I thought back then he was a dumbass, but now I'm thinking he might have been telling some truth.
Well, considering that the time when he told you this story, he was in a tavern in a very seedy part of town, smelling like he had slept in a pigsty and hadn't showered in 3 days. And when he smiled, he only had like 2 teeth right here. You were pretty sure he was half crazed. So
yeah, but now it's like, hold on, he might
half crazy.
He might have actually seen something.
yeah.
A jewel. Like the focus jewel that you're supposed to be looking for. That sounds not familiar.
It could be.
It could be.
It could be he was insane. It could be a lot of things.
So, Fenriel.
There are no
Enough time has passed at this point that the squadron has arrived at the Union Grove. Sev has returned with them. He does bear a letter from Commander Sazek mentioning that she gave this creature, showed the creature to your friends, that apparently there would be gleams of information. So, while this, now that the squad is here, everything is beginning to be set up. You watch as now this area is fully protected. This would be about the time where you would want to make contact through Aldebark to Lady Daedra or Lady Hope. So roll me a charisma check.
Oh, wait. 18.
18. You feel a slight kind of warmth from the acorn as Aldebark, like almost like stirring from sleep, you hear, "Plant me in the ground of the grove, Fenriel."
Immediately take him out, bury him properly.
As he does, you watch as this massive, first a small sprout into an oak, that begins to grow, then it's joined by others until this massive, like, just a worm, like a, essentially, yeah, this massive ant now stats, just towers over you. Various like bunches of leafy growths and such. A lot bigger than you last remember him. You see as he just kind of moves his foot out, pulling it from the fresh dirt, moving over to each of the trees. As he reaches out and touches one, following all the trees as they slowly begin to creak and open. So he just kind of steps back, then giving this like massive opening place. As soon as he steps back, as soon as he finishes and the plants open, roll me a luck roll.
15.
15. They were waiting because as soon as the portal fully opens, arboreal gardens, woven riders, green wardens, they just come like swarming through, and in 6 seconds on a 15, roughly 260 individuals. When they said they were pulling a full measure, they have brought you have an army. The trees slowly closing as you see a few of the staggers jump through. As Aldebark, who's been standing there, just kind of nods. Ladies Hope and Daedra say that they pray this is enough forces, as this is over half of what had assembled. but the interference was too much to maintain. The remaining forces will journey across the strait between Krelat and Ilthalas and push forward from the southern shore. 15. What do you D6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1.
1. I don't know what. Oh God. You hear? I have to get their names. Oh, it's been so long. Names, glorious names. Everyone has a name.
I have a terrible idea for a distraction for
So, you're just kind of standing there talking. You hear, it sounds like people being pushed aside. You hear a female voice in Elvish shouting, "Move, move, move, out of the way!" And you watch as Theala pushes out and just kind of, "Fenriel!" She runs and like grabs you and like just lifts you up. She goes, "Oh, thank the God!" She sets you down. Goes, me and Aelor, we said whoever got through, we'd be sure to see you, and it was see you. And Father is coming. Father is coming. He's leading the charge. On a 5 or a 6, it would have been your dad, by the way. Father is leading. He's leading the main force off. The ships are being brought up from Ilmaria. The king, it was amazing. She just kind of looks, goes, the Wolvears, they showed, and just begins to basically describe everything that Aldebar had said to you guys. I will then, if you don't mind, I will post what I sent to you in the fireside. I'll be honest, I teared up a little bit when I was writing it.
Yeah,
it was very much the that feeling from the Avengers, the on your left type thing. So I'll send that later. She goes, "Oh, it's amazing. Is Grim with you? Is Grim?"
Did you know?
Which hand are you pointing with?
I'd like to point out, it doesn't matter.
I don't wear rings personally. The correct one. I'm using that hand so that she sees it.
Okay.
Left hand. So exactly what you just did.
Okay.
So see here.
Her eyes go wide. What is that?
What do you think?
I just grabbed you and get the hug.
I'd like to point out, it could have been either hand. You have a ring on both.
That is fair.
So at this, by the way, at this point, like you've seen, like Sev has showed up, and no, she doesn't have the drake, does she? She has. Does she have the bear?
She has the bear.
She has the bear, right there. So, because I've got a list of stuff here. So, Sev and her bear just kind of like looking at each other, and when you start like the two, you start laughing and jumping around. They just like kind of both look up at over the two of you.
There is a mutual agreement. They are dumbass.
Very.
He's not here. He's north.
He's good. Oh, that's. So as this is happening, a large white wolf. So he walks up, being ridden by a male elf. As he takes his helmet off, and when he steps off, even for an elf, this guy is big. Like he's 6'2", 6'3", like just jacked. As she kind of, this is Commander Selenthel. He is leader of the Wolvear Legion. He steps up, just kind of nods, and Lord Fenriel, I am here on behalf of your father's invitation. We managed to push back the invaders of Karakes. Another of our legion are currently dealing with the remnants of the Draconians. My Wolvear riders are here to serve at your behest, sir.
Thank you for coming and bringing all of these people with you.
He just looks around. Well, I'll be honest, when an ancient dryad tells you you need to go to war, you kind of have to listen to her. So, will we be staying? It's even in this size, it's still a little cramped. By the way, the dragonborn's just like, where the fuck is people come from? By the way, to give you an image, these wolven, these massive wolves, They're about 6 foot at the shoulder. Like these are these giant wolves. Of these, the Wolverine are a sort of more militant arm of the Green Wardens. If the Green Wardens are like park rangers, these are your these are your game wardens, so to speak, kind of. As your sister, like, there'll be time enough for that. Seventh, just let I haven't seen my brother in it feels like years, and so much has happened, and. Tell me where is the camp? What is your camp?
We have been staying at the military outpost that is north of here. It's 3 hours?
About 3 hours, yeah.
3 hours travel this direction. We've been following one of our party members has a lot of experience in this area.
He is, your sister goes to say something, and then you just hear, move, I'm saying, and you watch as every member of the Arboreal Guard snaps up, as another male elven figure is walking up. Roll me a perception check.
How many people do you know?
A lot.
No.
Well, no, this is a good one.
25.
Even before he removes his helmet, you recognize the regal bearing of the once king of Ilthalas. Phelan takes his helmet off, just kind of walks up. Bring it, Legion Commander Phelan Alorith, at your service, Fenriel. Lady Noradel and her father send their warmest regards. Our full navy is being sent to Caracas to carry these draconians will not know what hit them. And we have received word from Port Blaven. Do you know a Haggerty?
Yes.
We sent word to see if they needed any assistance, and we were told, quote, fuck off, we've got this.
That's right. Port Blaven is in very good hands.
Karen go back to Port Blaven? That sounds like a Karen answer.
Then we were also informed that
Sounds
they
like a
had
Bromondale answer.
they had a working sky ship that was also being sent. That was the one that caught our attention.
I don't know anything about that, but if anyone were to figure it out, it would be the crew back at Port Blaven.
A working sky ship tactically is priceless. Of course, Commander, the fact that we have any sort of aerial support will definitely be an advantage. To which your sister goes, you both realize we're in the land of dragons, right? Dragons, like they fly. They also have an aerial advantage if needed. To just kind of like, we did not think about that.
If you are in the air, not all of them are friendly.
I believe you see like a few like nods from various commanders. I believe we are prepared to move out. Fenriel, if you would like to lead the way, the three of us will fall in behind as force commanders. You see as he motions, and a large tined heart is brought for him to, as other elves, other members of the Arboreal are also getting on mounts. Sorrentho returns to his Wolvir, as your sister just climbs onto her bear, and it's essentially you have might as well call this the March of the Elves, as approximately 260 elven warriors are going to be marching across the landscape of Krilat to a dragonborn fort.
We just need 2 more armor.
Fenriel will give Varissa a very awkward smile, like he's out of his depth here, but let's go with it, and gets on top of that.
Marissa is just like, Okay. Like she is just completely like awed by what's happening. It's just to give you an idea of what this looks like. The scene from Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers.
Mm-hmm.
When the forces of Lothlorien arrive at Helm's Deep. That is essentially what you have here.
I've never seen this.
I've never seen
I
this.
watched the Hobbit movies.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, okay, the Hobbit. When
the elves arrive.
I just lost it.
Riverdale.
Yeah, I just lost the king's name.
That'd be Thranduil.
When King Thranduil arrived in Dale with the forces, that they just kind of like showed. Which I love the fact that no one got past me. Not even a whole army, huh? It would appear an army of elves did. Which, by the way, very similar attire. Well, the Green Wardens are wearing it's like hard leather straps, that kind of stuff. The Arboreal Guard are essentially wearing. It looks similar to the glass armor of Skyrim, but it is a lot thinner. It's essentially they have found a way to work. It is like hardened leather plates layered with iron bark, ironwood. So it's essentially a form of like half plate. Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
When I got on top of Seb, Fenriel would look around, a quick look at all of the Wolven Riders to see if he sees a particular face.
Roll me perception check.
My second edition DVDs.
23.
23. That individual does not appear to be here. All right.
Just to leave him out.
With that, as you do, if there are other Drake Wardens who are also riding their mounts as well. And yeah, you all begin to leave out. As you kind of pull out of the Union Grove, a few moments later, you see riding on one of the riding on a mount out as well is Marisa. She comes like galloping up beside you. All these like very small like domesticated dragon elves that they ride. So with that, the elves are marching toward Fort. She goes, we may want to send word that this is coming, that we are here to help. Otherwise, an army of elves marching on the fort could send the wrong message.
If it helps, your Commander Stazek knows we were coming to get a small force.
You see her look back, and this is a small force.
Sure. Very, very impressed. Like it's very obvious he wasn't expecting this many.
Sure. So at this point, you hear a familiar, I guess a grunt of exertion as your sister and her bear comes riding up. She kind of brings him, so she kind of says something like, "So, we set a date."
This happened
so
2 days
far,
ago.
it happens to be sometime maybe a little bit after the world doesn't end.
That she just kind of stops and thinks for a moment.
2 days before the apocalypse.
That's probably a good idea.
2 weeks before retirement.
I haven't met his family yet.
Oh.
We're keeping this very quiet.
Oh. So I shouldn't tell Aelor.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see if he notices.
Okay. So with that,
Bunch of shit of brick.
we cut back to Fort Course as for some reason, Grim, a cold chill just runs down your neck.
Must be a draft.
All right.
No, nothing.
There's
Just
no draft in here at all.
no.
It's actually pretty warm. Big
Well.
fireplace going on there.
Well, with you being closer to the fire, it probably helps.
So, I want to say that as time has progressed, the 5 of you have made your way back down into the barracks room that's been given to you, so you just kind of sit around talking.
I need to go find me some armor if y'all don't mind. Haven't worn it in a while.
Oh, we mind.
Alright. With that, you leave heading to the quartermaster. We can roll it up if you want. You can easily pull a set of plate armor with no issue.
Sure.
Let's say AC of 18.
Mm-hmm.
It is heavy armor, so disadvantage on all stealth checks, and you cannot swim.
I never swim anyway.
What's your dex? Neg?
Negative.
Okay. Making sure.
Like you simply just took and like rearranged your crowd. How did you get your current stats? Like, what did you?
It's a dex is -1, but
I mean, how did you get to your current
Did you-
stats?
what we did last time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
That's
standard
fine.
array.
Standard array just leveled up to the proper. Okay, that's just want to make sure that's what you did. Okay. So,
I'm gonna start frisking on Hill.
For what?
The gym.
yeah,
I tossed
you
it
get back
to
to
you.
you.
Tossed it to
Yeah.
him.
Remember.
I was pointing at the thing and threw
I'm
it
gonna
at
do
you.
it anyway.
Montel, you're being frisked by a halfling.
Son of a bitch.
You might want to watch out. Anyway.
So, Finnegan, as you do have that gem that even though the you can tell it's not filled with the spell that you casted. It's essentially just your pure magical essence, like the energy that your body creates when you cast spells. Because you was thinking so. You was saying, bless you, but no, damn it. Okay, I don't bless you. Unblessed.
What? Yeah.
Hashtag unblessed. So, but yeah, essentially, this gem now contains your magical essence.
I wandered off to do
So by the
other
way,
things.
time-wise, like we are now pushing into the early part of the evening, if not like latter part. Like we are now getting to like the 6, 7 o'clock part of the day.
Is there any place here at the fort where you can see the crater city?
Yeah, there are several, like even the several like small watchtowers that you can see. The larger towers will give you more of a range.
Mhm.
You could-
I'm going to be going to there. I'm looking to see where they're lighting up bigger fires.
fair enough. Okay, as you ascend
Camp
the-
sitters,
Yeah.
basically.
to the main tower. We'll get to that in a moment. I'm going to roll a perception check for me. Grim, what are you doing?
Do I know what direction Fenriel left in?
Yes, you do.
I'm gonna head that direction and just wait at the
Okay.
gates for him.
Oh, goody.
I like lean and watch and
Okay. Oh, messages.
ooh, secret message. Secret message.
Okay. Riccara,
Mm-hmm.
as you finish getting your plate armor, even in the Legion, the most you really ever wore was like half plate because you were not like one of the big burly. So you had to be like the quartermaster took you how to put it on, but it takes 10 minutes to put on and take off plate armor. So this is not just you can
Right. It just takes a
yeah. There are like the back of it is actually made in such a way that those dragons that could summon wings, it can be like the plates can adjust. So even your wings you can summon will still.
I think the wings are magical. So
Yours are magical, yeah.
so-
As you return to the barracks, it's empty. It's about 20-30 minutes after you first left. There is a package sitting for you on your bed, wrapped neatly in paper and twine. There's a note stuck into it.
Get a note.
One who defends hope should also inspire hope.
I do the twine and the package.
Inside is a belt, a large brown leather belt with a metal clasp at the front of the face of a hill giant. This is a belt of hill giant strength.
Ooh, interesting.
And somewhere Sorger is walking holding a face. No, you got a rope tied through it, right? Yeah,
That's what the extra twine was for.
This was Sorensen's belt. He just gave it to you.
I'll pick it up and side route, put it on.
Right. So, Finnegan, you say you want to say something? Or
Oh, no, I said I was.
we went with him? Okay, cool.
Since you're a new person, happy birthday.
Monte.
That's actually not a bad idea.
29.
From your position, you can
Oh
see.
my God, how many Avengers references are we gonna have?
Is this today?
Something like that, yeah.
You can see that there is only one really, even though this only one fire is big enough to catch your eye, to catch your attention. And on the map, it looks like it would be the one closest to the shrine, the large temple. Toward that, it'd be the right side of the crater, that large conical building. That's where a large, like, firelight can be seen.
Approximately how far is the fort from the edge of the crater?
From the edge of the crater,
You said like a mile or so.
be
Mile and a half, something like that. Because that was part of the whole contingency of us getting to the fort time frame wise.
yeah, it's from that to where they are. The crater is, I think, about 2 or 3 minutes. It's okay. So yeah, it was the crater is about a mile and a half, 3 miles. It's 3 miles from the edge of the fort to the crater. Also, as you're standing here, you begin to see snow start to fall around you. As you look back toward the north, you can see the edge of that front beginning to move in. It's still several hours away. It'll, like in the morning time, looks like it's when we're finally going to hit, but the first edges of it have begun to reach the fort, and fresh snow is beginning to fall. You do see some like smaller, like could be just basic fires, but the biggest one that's burning is the one nearest that conical building, that temple.
Okay. So that's probably the main focus. It's probably going to be your horn burgers.
Anything else?
Just from up here, I'm going to take a quick look at the direction Fenriel went.
Okay.
And then, because I'm going to assume I'm not going to see anything with it being this dark, and I have only 120 feet.
You actually, you see like small, like torch fires that appear to become like moving along. Because at this point, the failing light of the evening, like they would have lit torch fires to light their way. And there are. Roll me an insight check. Let's see what you know about Elven military tactics.
Any advantage because it would be similar to Perth military tactics in any way?
Nah.
No, I had to try.
It was worth a shot.
I think that's a 9. Yeah, that's a 9.
Even if there is one torch for every 10 people, that's a lot of torches.
Where the fuck do they think they're going to house everything?
Point of inspiration. So, Sorngren, where are you heading?
I'm kind of heading up to the wall because there's been this discussion. Like, I want to be somewhere up and away from people because there's been the discussion of going to the crater, going to these crystals, Finn supposedly coming with a force, and that could sway our decision on which way we go.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be there for a sappy, oh, thank you, for the belt thing. So I basically dropped it and out the window.
Door opens, out the window we go.
It's the Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
You just missed him.
Alright, so you find a simple room kind of higher on. It's one of the. You've seen like the buildings that sit in between the various parts of the wall. That it's like a small little guardhouse. You find one kind of on the backside. Most of the patrols are focusing on that southern part. There's still some on the north, but you found one that you're pretty sure you will have yourself for a while.
sitting there thinking about what we've learned, the things we've come across, the fact that there may be something much larger at play. We don't know where the connection lies between the two, if they're connected, if they're the same.
Are you casting commune?
I can cast commune.
Oh, no, are you? The question, are you?
Well, not at the moment yet, because let me see, because I want to make sure which one's which. He doesn't really have any questions right now, so he doesn't see a point in asking commune. But it's kind of self-contemplation, looking out over this, because so far, everything they dealt with has been this core group moving as a unit, working through and getting out. It's never been them moving in as the head of something bigger and having to, like, it's... Here's a thought process. Working as a paintball group, going through, through that, to actually being a part of the military and going through those same, actually, like, the actual war tactics instead of just the practice.
Yes.
Like, this is a whole... He's gone through training with different people, different groups. This group he's found, but this is a whole different beast that he's got to figure out how to balance, because there could be a lot of lives at the end of this that he has an obligation to. Some may be close to, some he may not be, but how do you set a priority on something that there should be no favoritism in? How do you decide who gets more help than another, and how do you take your own personal views out of it?
Roll me. I want to have a name for this. Roll me a connection check. That's going to be your spellcasting modifier with proficiency, what you use to communicate with Mormon.
That is a 27. 27. That's a 19 on the die and a +8.
On that roll. Whether it be the death that has already occurred in these past few days, or maybe the Grey Shepherd has taken a special interest in you and your current events, whether or not you intended an answer, a familiar feeling, as not spoken, more implied. Ours is not the decision to make. We are there when that decision is made. And we are there to help those who it affects. Worry not for the decision. Prepare for the outcome. The feeling slowly moves away.
And just like every other time, he doesn't look towards the voice of the feeling, because even as a follower, there is still a reservation to face death.
It's something that even all the Septuum, it's you. No one should see death at work. Don't back up yet.
No, I'm not.
We're about to come to Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Graham. I've got something special for you two. As the two of you leaning against the portcullis out, several Dragonborn on guard patrol. In the distance north, you see, and Grim, you're familiar with these. Those northern blizzards are starting to move in. The chill, even now the temperature is beginning to drop degrees every so often. And early a front snowfall, those thick, dark white snows that will probably pile up 8, 9 feet deep. In the distance, you see specks of light begin to appear as the sun sinks in behind the western horizon. From this point, maybe about a mile off or so, if that, and you both hear the sound of feet in unison marching as more and more torchlights come into view. As the two of you stand there, you begin to hear several horns begin to sound. Dragonborns turn in draconic back and forth, what nods and runs off. As now you see, coming now within only a few football fields away from you, beginnings of this line of elves of marching towards you. They're even in now the fading light, the gleaming green of their armor, the various mounts they're riding, and at the head of it, both of you roll perception checks.
I got 5. I can spare it.
Is it dark?
It's pretty dark. I mean, there are still like guide fires and such, and the torches.
That's still there. I rolled before. Yeah, 16.
Okay.
Actually, rolled pretty good. My low roll was a 15.
Okay. Two of you see leading the head of this now, behind which are banners. One of which, 3 of them. One is the mark of the Grey Wardens. One is that of the Arboreal Guard. One is the mark of the Wolvear Riders, which is kind of. And you see, out in front, there are 4 individuals. One appears to be a female elf riding a large, like mountains, grizzly bear. Another is a male elf on this beautiful, like deep red, massive, tined hart. Another is a male elf riding this massive, like dark grayish white wolf. And Fenriel, from your position, you can easily see a familiar. Grim's like what, 7, 8? How tall is?
He's 6'10".
So almost 7 foot tall form, just kind of like standing there leaning against it, and a small, like what, 4 foot?
Just an arm in a window.
Very few know exactly who these are. What does Fenriel do? You're about 400 yards, so 4 football fields at the moment.
Fenriel.
Riding on Sev.
Fenriel will urge Sev to go a bit faster and kind of half stands up on him and lifts a hand away and just kind of motions back behind him.
Grim, you see a familiar elven figure as he stands up and just waves at you, just like points behind him. What do you do? And with that, with Grim standing there and Finnegan hopping, trying to get a better look.
Are we within range of
Yes,
rings?
yes,
That's
you
a
are.
lot of elves.
Sorry, I could only get this many at short notice.
I think you're good.
Is that just over the?
No, that's everybody.
Where the fuck?
Only this many. It's
Where-
just like turn the head.
Where the fuck
All right,
do you
then.
think they're gonna sleep?
That's someone else's problem.
And with that, we'll end for the evening. As the Elven army, or part of it at least, has arrived at northern Krulon.
Oh, just to double check real quick, because
Yeah.
I put a mark on the map for where, that right there, kind of where that fire is, because that was.
Yes, perfect, yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to double check with you,
So,
because if I'm gonna make plans, I'm gonna have correct information.
weird. I love this. We are just now in the beginning of this, and only now like this is going fantastic.
We are 4 sessions deep into trying to figure
We are
out
four
what to do.
sessions. We thought we were going to be 4 sessions deep into war. We are 4 sessions deep into lore.
We at dawn we planned. Thank y'all. Yeah, this is going. I love, dude. Like he knows a little bit because like before he joined, I would call and talk to him. But now that I get just to vomit all this lore that I have, what's going on, the connections are being made, things are coming in. It's all coming together. That's what about being a game master. When your story starts to mold,
To come to life.
It comes to life. Yeah. And also handouts. I love handouts. So with that,
Just to check, and so it's on stream.
yeah.
Would they happen to have any sort of binoculars or anything here?
Telescopes. They do have like telescopes and stuff.
Cool, because I'll definitely need one of those.
Spyglass. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask on camera, that way I can remember.
Fair enough. So with that, folks, thank you so much for joining us again. I apologize for Twitch and YouTube not being up. Next week they'll be taken care of. So as always, thank you guys so very, very much. Lone Star Custom Dice, go check them out on TikTok. Great products. Probably gonna put an order in pretty soon. This episode will be up Wednesday in podcast form. I'll have all that set up to where Castmate can rip the audio from this. We'll be back next week. Have I forgotten anything? Jeff tomorrow. The Jeff. All right.
That was a my precious moment on this man's forehead.
So with that, thank you all, D&D TikTok, for helping making Southern GM a thing. Any last words for the natural ones?
Have a great Memorial
Remember,
Day.
your character
Love you
can do
all.
drugs, you can't.
Don't add to the population. Don't subtract from the population. That's all I'm saying.
Don't go to jail. All right, with that, we'll bid you all good night, adventurers.
On the table.
Stop.
So.